back to order here. James, you have the IT report.
Yes, thanks, Rich. Before I go, well, a couple of things I want to comment before entertaining any questions about the report. I do have a lot of the costs that I mentioned in the report here. I've got estimates for. After talking with Aline, we felt it was probably best to, maybe talk about those tomorrow. If there's any questions on those. And the only other thing we are moving forward with genetics. I've already started keying in data, which is going to take a while, but there is a plan outlined there in the report for the genetics project. My only other comment, and if there's been ever any doubt about the money we spent for the revamp on ECAT, one of the things that I had touted was that we were going to save in what I call break, fix, or maintenance costs. Anytime that we had to have our current developers go in and modify or fix anything in the old system, they spent a lot of time just learning the system before they actually fix the problem. When Aline and I were looking at budget numbers for next year and looked at what we spent this year for those types of items, it's on the magnitude of half of what we budgeted for. So we're already seeing quite a significant savings in those type of costs regarding the system and IT. So with that, if anybody has any questions about the items on the report.
Okay, Pam.
It's not a question on any of the items, James. I wanted to thank you, Aline, and Kathy Dunham for coming through very quickly on a situation that we have to face in Region 9, and that is in some of our countries, it is mandatory, it is national law to add for show catalogs for entries. We must have the excuse me, microchip number printed in the catalog, and because a lot of these countries are also still having vet check-ins and reading of the microchips, and you guys solved it quickly. I know the entry clerk is really happy. So I just personally wanted to thank you in front of everybody else to say this was just wonderful, the way how quickly you were able to resolve this.
No, thank you. It was a good learning experience for us too. Apparently, Tim Schreck and the team that was involved with the entry clerk program must have had the forethought of thinking of the microchip, or at least something, because that dedicated field was in there. Kathy, she had never used it, and we did a quick test to see if it behaved like we thought it would. And sure enough, we put a number in there and generated a show catalog real quick on one of her shows, and it popped up. So it was good for us to know too.
Thank you, Pam. Kathy.
Couple questions. So with ECATS 2.0, back in the October board meeting, there was mention about, the use in China. Is that working out?
As far as online entries, I believe
Yes.
I've not heard any issues. No.
Daryl, do you know anything on that?
I don't. We did, Kathy Dunham did that test thing that we reported a couple of meetings ago, and it all worked well. We had about 6 or 7 people who Kathy set up a dummy show, and they entered cats in there, and that all worked well. So my expectation was in the new show season, it would be mandatory that China enter through the online process.
Okay. Kathy, go ahead and continue.
Okay, so the budgets are due now. So are you going to be prepared tomorrow to talk about, you mentioned in microchip recording, an estimate to implement this?
Yes.
Will we have that tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's one thing. I mean, that could be talked about right now. If you want.
I want the numbers. So yeah, I mean, Because we're gonna start working on the budget for next year,
Yeah.
next
Oh, yeah.
fiscal year, this week coming up.
Yep. Yeah. I will say microchip is one of the cheapest things, and that is, and I believe I said at the last meeting, I didn't anticipate that to be anything significant, and you asked what that was, and I got some numbers on that. We're looking at just a little over $1,000.
So yeah, put that in your budget
Yeah.
number assigned to that project.
Yeah, there may be other things. So depending on what we talk about tomorrow will be what goes into the budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So electronic, you mentioned you'd have costs on electronic show scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah,
that tomorrow?
That's going to be a range because we've not hammered out the details on what that all would be, and our developer has some ideas on what we could make work. But yeah, I've got low ends and high ends on those.
So when will you have a number to support for a budget? Because we can't put a range in. Yeah. So
It's
would
got
that
to
be like,
be what I think what Alan and we're thinking is we're going to present these numbers. If they want to be moved forward with, they will be put into the budget.
well,
And
it
that'll
would be put
fine.
into the budget discussion.
Yeah, put in the budget discussion.
Okay. And then genetics also. So
Not
this one, it says you won't have numbers until you have a successful test case.
right. And that's to implement it. So we're not spending any more money on genetics until we determine that it's going to work for our intended purpose. If we, when we determine that it's going to work for what we want to use it for, there's going to be some costs associated with implementing it into the ECAT system.
Would that be for 25, 26?
That will be for 25, 26. So we'll
We
probably
need-
have
we-
to.
Yeah.
We
And I'm
can't.
pushing on this because we have to have this information, James. You know, budgets are going to be tight, and we have to have good data, as
Yep.
good as it can. Okay.
Yep.
So
All right.
Jane, just so I'm clear, are you gonna provide the board budget numbers on all these items tomorrow? Or are you gonna provide it at a later date?
I'm going to provide you budget numbers on several items. Some of the items, the ideas have not been fully fleshed out because some of them are related to programs that have been proposed for the I think the strategic planning. So we don't know exactly what those are going to look like. So I've got a low end and a high end for that. So
Okay,
we'll go from that.
okay. Kathy, do you have anything else for James?
No.
All right, Mary Lee?
Yes, James, I was hoping with this microchip recording that when we put it into ECATS, then with the entry, it should just be able to populate into a section of the entry form for our friends in Europe who require the microchip. Is that something that you're thinking is going to be able to happen?
Oh yeah, that would be extremely simple.
So that'll make it easier for them. They don't have to type in your microchip number every time.
Right.
Just associate it with their registered cat in ECATS.
It's just another data point on the CATS record itself. So we just like when you punch in a CATS registration number, we retrieve the owner, the breed, that stuff. We would just retrieve the microchip number too.
Okay. And we've been talking about this genetics program for a long time. And we had some people who were working on it and then were not working on it. And I just wanted to mention to you that we do have a genetics committee now. You don't have to pay someone. You can involve the genetics committee if you'd like.
Okay. Certainly.
Okay, thank you, Mary Lee. Does anybody else have any further questions or comments for James? Kathy?
So on the project list, genetics was positioned as the top priority in the October board meeting report. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our only major project we've got on the books right now.
So
Thank you.
sticking with that for a second, James, on page 2 there, the genetics plan, you have dates for each of the steps. How confident are you that with the timing of that?
I think we've built enough of a little bit of a buffer in there. The keying in the data, that's the real
Okay,
tough part, because like I say, it's just for one parent pair, and the resulting colors is hundreds and hundreds of data points that have to just be typed in. So once we get to that end, the actual testing will go pretty quickly.
okay. Do you have anything else you want to report on?
I don't think so.
Okay, very good. Thank you to you and
What-
the entire team. Oh,
Just
Kathy, do
one
you have
real,
some-
so it says in the genetics plan, estimate additional cost if needed in April.
Yeah, we may need to
So
allocate some money, though. We're going to try to put some in the budget for that, but
you need to do that.
it's
Yeah,
going to be an educated guess. I will tell you that.
well, it's been a long time coming, so, okay,
Okay, anything else?
no.
All right, thanks, Kathy. All right, James, thank you to everyone. Kathy, treasurer's report.
Okay, so I provided a treasurer's summary report. It's, I won't drain this, but total registration is contributed 457, almost $458,000 to the bottom line. It's 87% of budget. That's total registration. An ordinary income, which is a number of line items associated to our core business, contributed almost 47,000. That's 84.82% of budget. There is a collapsed version of the CFA International Show and Expo, which lost $475. There'll be more discussion. That and the net operating dollar amount, net operating loss, which is simply income less expense. We have right now we're at a loss of $174,406 through
Okay,
December 2024.
okay. Does anybody have questions for Kathy? Okay, Kathy, you're gonna continue, thank you for that, on 6B budget.
Yes, budget. I'm not going to even that. It's the schedule and the dates of when budgets should have been submitted, and the schedule for the budget committee's meeting to put together a budget for 25-26, and the timing for delivery to the board.
Colleen, are you able to pull that report up, budget?
I,
It's
not quickly, no, I
not
can't.
quickly.
No, because I don't know
You've
where it
seen-
is.
There's
Stop.
nothing, quite frankly, Rich,
Yeah,
it is the same numbers that have been, or dates and delivery times that have been reported since August.
okay. I did have one question, Kathy, and it was on the emergency date, and I don't have the report in front of me because it's buried in my tomorrow's pile.
I can,
Okay.
I got it. It's the 4/15/2025 CFA emergency only board meeting to finalize budget if needed. Is it safe to say that that would be at 7 PM in case we need it?
Yes,
Okay, I just wanted to put that in our notes. Because last year, I think we had to do an emergency meeting.
yes,
Yeah,
we
yep,
did.
yep, okay. That's the only
And
question I had,
it's
Kathy.
actually, I think, well, yeah, I've got it on my calendar already, so I'm not sure if that came from where it came from, but anyway, yes, 7 Eastern time.
Okay, 7 Eastern time. Okay, thank you. Howard?
I just had a question for Kathy. How long can we keep losing this kind of money and stay afloat?
Let's talk tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, anything further? All right, Kathy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Daryl, International Division.
So we have no action items in our report. We go through, Ellen and Russell did a nice job explaining what's going on in China. Bob gave you a good listing of the shows that are happening in Asia East. Jan gave a good report on the seminar that happened in India. There were a couple of photos that got stripped off from the report. Alan, can you go down a little bit?
How far, Daryl?
Keep going until you get to, Jan's report. So,
Okay.
of note, Jan, stop there. We had a little bit of wait and see for who is going to be the country rep for India. And Jan has appointed Sandra Al-Samad from Kuwait. She's very familiar with the country, so she'll be the country rep for India. Also, this morning I got an email, and I think it was sent to Rich and Ed. We have a new NGO in China that has got their event agreement done and has sent it in for review. So we should have an additional NGO application soon.
Daryl, thanks for bringing that up. Ed and I have started our review early this morning. Once I forwarded it on to him, there's a few things we need to correct in there from the English side of things, and
Okay.
I've notified the sending party that
Yeah.
there's some work, and I may not get to it till Monday, but if I have time tonight between the two meetings, I'll work on it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge rush.
Okay, great.
So
Do you
that's
have
all I
anything
have.
further?
That's all I have to report this meeting.
Does anybody have any questions for Daryl? Daryl, thank you to everyone on your team.
We have a good team, works together. So,
Right. Okay. Agenda item number 18 is Mark Hannon joining us.
Here,
He is here.
Hi, Mark.
hi there. Okay, I've submitted a written report, which I assume everybody's read. We rolled out Cat Talk on the 6th of January as scheduled. We took the magazine and transitioned it to meet the changing concerns of our consumer. People just aren't reading magazines anymore. So we've provided something online, which seems to be very popular. We did, with the website, we conducted a survey, and you have the survey results. The most concerning issue that we have not been able to address yet is the ability to easily find things on the website. The search function is not particularly good, and we're really working hard to try and get that fixed. A number of the other issues that were brought up in the survey, we've already addressed and made appropriate changes. Overall, people are continuing to be happy with the website. We have the ability now to do some analytics on the website, and we did a review of the last 90 days. Interestingly, 45% of the visits to the website were to the show schedule. The second most popular were the breeds. The breeds were where the marketing committee spent an awful lot of time because we knew this was going to be popular with the public, and we wanted to be able to provide them with the best information possible about our many breeds. We're soon going to be rolling out information on the most popular breeds based on registrations in 2024. For the first time, the Maine Coon is the most registered breed in CFA. When I first joined CFA 50 plus years ago, over half of our registrations were Persians. We registered more Persians than all the other breeds combined, and that has certainly changed over the years. The past few years, the Ragdoll was the number one, and that has, their registration have declined. I'm assuming part of that is because of the decline overall from China. So the Maine Coon is now number one. We're real excited about that because it gives us some things to do with marketing and PR and what have you.
Yahoo!
That's all I've got. If you got any questions.
Mark, just real quick, reading in your first paragraph, the first week with the new Cat Talk, the reimagined Cat Talk, you had 3,400, following week 2,000. So we went from 250 subscribers to 5,400 in less than 2 weeks.
Yes. I think
That's
that's showing
impressive.
how popular this new concept of presenting our articles is. The plan is to add articles every week. This past week, we added 2 more articles, and we have articles lined up to go in this coming week. We think by keeping new, fresh articles coming on a weekly basis, we can maintain interest in Cat Talk. We're also sending out every 2 weeks a notice of what's been added in the last 2 weeks so that we don't rely solely on people coming on their own to check out on the website what's new. People just are going to forget to do it. So we send out a notice every 2 weeks, a CFA news notice, which tells people what's been added. And so they can go and take a look. And I'm trying to hit some things on the official CFA discussion Facebook group. And I know that the main CFA Facebook group has started as well. We plan to roll out marketing to the general public soon because a number of our articles were aimed at them.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to call on the other board members. Vicky?
Yes, I had a question about the newsletter. I thought that the last time we talked about it, we were going to table it, but then I went to send in a submission and was basically told it's done. So what happened with that?
I'll ask Aline to address that.
Aline?
There was a newsletter that was put out. It came out, I think, the beginning of January. Essentially, it's the same information that's included on the Cat Talk on the CFA News tab, but it is in somewhat the fashion of the newsletter. The one thing that was decided is there is no general interest of seeing pictures of regional shows. It's more of a national type thing, and it's really just of interest to the region. So we will be having pictures of shows, but there'll be more of the larger shows.
I can address that.
Go ahead, Mark.
We felt that pictures of somebody standing with a rosette, smiling with the judge, which was part of the regional input in the newsletter, was not of general interest beyond some people locally. And what we're doing is focusing on some of the larger shows that do some things over and above in hopes that it'll give other clubs ideas. We already have an article on the San Diego show, which Ellen Honey wrote. We're going to hit, just a handful of shows during the course of the year. And the purpose of the articles are to share information, not to necessarily give the particular show some attention, but just some of the extra things they did. There's the one thing that everyone seems to comment about San Diego is the gate and the phenomenal number of people they bring in. How do they do that? But other clubs would like to know. As far as I know, they had local people handle it.
Okay. Vicky, were you done?
I mean, I didn't see what Vicky submitted. What did you submit?
I just sent in what I normally sent in about Lewis and Clark, which was a traditional show that we had, and was and was basically told, oh, we're not doing that anymore.
And I just said the same thing. We're not doing that anymore.
But I thought that as a board that we tabled it, we didn't decide to axe it. So,
What
okay.
the what I got out of the board's discussion was you wanted to continue producing a monthly newsletter. And you didn't want, while the committee wanted to do away with it because the information is going to be on Cat Talk, we tried to meet your requirements to continue putting out the newsletter and at the same time show you that we've already got all this information of general interest in Cat Talk. The showing the individual shows that took place in your region within the past month is of very limited interest. I mean, I know because I submit those things myself for shows in my own region. You know, I sent one in too, Vicky, and it was rejected.
Well, I'll just submit it on my website.
Aline?
I just wanted to point out that Teresa Kiger, who used to prepare the newsletter and what you were used to, spent a bit of time on the newsletter, and she's now spending more time having Cat Talk, our online version, be of interest to the general public, you know, reaching so many more people than the newsletter. Because Teresa is spending more time on Cat Talk, for now, Shelley Borowski is preparing the newsletter, and it takes her approximately 6 to 7 hours to prepare the newsletter. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but it is. So we're, you know, we're trying to meet the board's request to provide a newsletter, but I just want to make you aware that there is a cost to that and staff time to do that. And essentially, it's the same information that's on Cat Talk under CFA News. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Rachel?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. I had to go to my earbuds because my volume's not working. I think there's a lot of confusion around what's going on with the newsletter. I even had a question, are we still doing the newsletter? So that's been answered. But the transition to me was very awkward. I think it came on too fast. We weren't prepared. The explanation wasn't satisfactory. But the board did mandate that we continue with the newsletter. And I think it's because of that. I voted to continue because I wasn't sure exactly what was happening where. But now that all the chips have fallen, I think the newsletter has become redundant. It's the long scrolling type of newsletter is a little bit clunky and doesn't really work well. It's difficult to read. You know, overall the Cat Talk format is so much better suited. And because I'm now hearing that Shelley is spending time on it, I think we should do away with the newsletter, and I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Dorianne, you have your hand up next. Are you seconding Rachel's motion?
I'm not really making emotions. I was just asking a question.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next person. Kathy, are you seconding Rachel's motion?
No, my hand was up before the motion was made. So no, I'm not seconding it.
Okay, Daryl, will you second Rachel's motion? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I will second the motion. It's time to get rid of it.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to Dorianne, specific to this discussion. What was your comment, Dorianne?
I just was curious, has there ever been consideration of creating an app for this? I mean, I know that's a pipe dream in a lot of ways, but that would definitely bring in more subscribers because it would definitely attract more of the younger generations because I'm literally living off my phone on an app. So just it's a thought of curiosity of how that works and if anybody has any answers to that. That's all.
Okay.
We do have a CFA app, and right at the top, one of the choices is Cat Talk. we don't have an app per se for Cat Talk, but we have one for CFA, and Cat Talk is very visible on that.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for addressing the question. Kathy?
Yeah, the only comment that I had, Mark, you mentioned kudos to Teresa and her talented staff. If at some point in time I'm assuming you're talking about the contributors, because we just maybe it would be really nice. It's a lot of work to do this sort of thing and to come up with ideas and to put them into text, and that's a lot of work. So it would be nice just, if you're just talking about the talented staff, we can probably come to that. But it'd be kind of nice to have a list, and at some point in time, a little thank you.
Yeah, one of the things we are going to do is at the bottom of the individual articles, have a sentence or two about the author of that article.
Nice.
So that they get, some positive feedback on that. But
Yeah.
we'll certainly discuss highlighting the many people that are not even authors that are working on this, that review the content and make grammatical changes and the layout, et cetera.
Okay, I want to go back to the motion. Any further discussion? Are there objections to Rachel's motion? Okay, lower your hand. I will call for the vote. To remind folks, the motion is to do away with the newsletter. And that was seconded by Daryl. Raise your hand. Daryl, Rachel, Kathy, Russell, Carol, Polly, Pam, Howard, John, Marilee, Aki, Kenny, Ann, and Carissa. Lower your hand. Daryl, lower your hand. Okay, if you're opposed, raise your hand. Vicky and Dorianne, lower your hand. And if you're an abstention, raise your hand. Okay, Janet, were you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, I think somebody lowered their hand when I was calling out the names and the screen jumped on me. My apologies
Okay.
for missing you. Rachel?
That's 15 yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes to discontinue doing the newsletter. Okay. Mark, what else do you have to report?
I have nothing to report, but I want to offer thanks for that most recent vote.
Okay, well, you are welcome. Does anybody else have any questions for Mark? Mark, there are no questions. Thank you very much to you and everybody on the committee for all the work your folks are doing.
Thank you.
Okay, is George with us, Eileen?
George is
Yes,
here.
he is.
Hi, George. Welcome to the meeting.
Glad to be here. You have the report. Before we get into questions, a couple of things I want to highlight. It's mentioned in the report, but we've just relocated our legislative blog. It used to be hosted on Sharon Coleman's personal WordPress website. We've now moved it to the CFA website. So I want to thank Sharon for putting up with us for as long as she did. And I want to thank Kathy Durdick for helping move it over to the CFA website. I mentioned in the report that we were tracking about 250 bills a week ago so far this year. We're now up to almost 400 in the week since. So this is the busy time of year for legislation to be introduced. Obviously, with 400 things coming in at once, we can't go into detail on all of them all the time, but some of them jump to the front of the list. And I want to mention Hawaii. Hawaii has one of the shortest legislative sessions and things tend to move rather quickly. We've already had a bill, Hawaii HB 364, which is essentially a mandatory sterilization bill for pets, I want to thank Howard Webster for helping us get the word out there. It's already gone to its first committee hearing. There were some technical amendments to it, but it is nowhere close to being acceptable at this point. So expect more trouble with that. We also expected New Hampshire would come back to us this year. Last year, New Hampshire was the state that started with the European style bans on breeding what they consider to be defective breeds. This year, New Hampshire, SB 290 is adding torture into their animal cruelty provisions. And I just got off a meeting with some AKC people up there on Thursday. They are definitely concerned that this is a backdoor to the torture breeding issue that they tried to get in last year. So this is one we're definitely going to be fighting. Everything else, we're trying to put out the hottest fire and the closest fire quickest. So everything doesn't get the same amount of attention. But if you have any specific questions about what's going on, now's the time.
Anybody have any questions for George? No questions, George. Do you have anything further on that, George?
Not on legislation, no.
Okay, then you want to move on to protest your standard.
There's no open session items for protest at this point.
Okay, Marilee.
I did kind of have a question. So when we find these types of legislations that are pretty pressing and poignant for us, do we as CFA do some sort of letter or official response?
It depends on the circumstance. Every circumstance is different. For example, if it's going to a committee on, let's say it's going to a local government committee, then our response will be based on the interests that a local government committee would want to hear. If it's going to an animal welfare committee, then our response will be based on what an animal welfare committee would want to hear about. So it actually depends not just on what the bill says, but what committee it's assigned to and what are the interests within those committees. Sometimes we do a CFA letter. Sometimes we do a joint letter. We've done joint letters with TICA. We've done joint letters with Animal Health Institute. We've done joint letters with AKC. But the biggest thing we can do is get local fanciers involved. Hawaii may or may not care what CFA does, but legislators in Hawaii care what people in Hawaii want. So the most important part is getting the grassroots going. So what we try to do is if there's an interest in the area, we try to get the word out to those people. We'll help them write letters if they need help. If there are sufficient people, we might do a more generic form letter that people can just, modify that to suit their own needs. But a lot of times it depends on the interest. If we're going someplace and there's absolutely nobody local who could write a letter or could attend a public hearing, then we're not going to spend a lot of time writing a letter for the fancy to write if there's nobody in the fancy that's going to write it. Like in Ojai, when Ojai had that problem last year, there are no cat fanciers in Ojai. That's why they were able to get the bill through so easily, is because there was nobody there to oppose it. So it's really, there's no one size fits all solution to every piece of legislation, but the gold standard is to be able to get local constituents willing to step up and contact their legislators and say, I live in your district, I vote, and this is why I don't like that. And everything else, we just do the best we can.
Hey, thank you, George. Any other questions regarding the protest committee? Or there's nothing on there, so we can move forward on that one, correct, George?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, George. We're going to see you later tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yes.
Okay. Thank you, George.
Goodbye.
Okay. Is Kathy Dunham with us? Hi, Kathy.
Yes.
Welcome to the meeting, Kathy.
Hello.
I don't know if you were on earlier, but you got some nice kudos during the show rules. Great job.
I did hear that. I appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you for all you do for us. What do you have for us during the awards here?
It's a pretty straightforward report, just reminding everybody that nominations for the 2025 Star and Diamond Star Awards will be opening up as of Monday and will run through the end of February. So this is a gentle reminder for board members. If you have nominations you'd like to make, get them sent in, and we will be posting it to everybody in the Cat Fancy on Monday.
Okay, Pam?
Kathy, could you review what the Diamond Star Award is?
The Diamond Star Award is really the criteria involves having done your job for 5 years. And the committee actually reviews that information. So if somebody submits a nomination, we look at the number of years that the person has done the job. We will ask additional questions, and then we will make those recommendations to the board if we feel like somebody has qualified and should be elevated to that level of award.
Okay. Does anybody else have any further questions for Kathy? Kathy, do you have anything else?
Not for this report.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathy. All right. Entry clerk program, that's you, Kathy. We're going to continue with you.
This is just a general update. We had done a few things prior to this committee becoming a formal committee, and I just kind of documented that there. The 4 new China entry clerks are set up in the entry clerking program, as well as in their ECAT accounts where the entries will come in. I did provide training for the entry clerks on January 17th. I was only able to work with one, but it was a very good give and take during that training session. And we did record it, so that recording and video will be available very shortly for anyone that wants to look at it, but certainly for our entry clerks in the international division and in China.
Does anyone have any questions for Kathy? Vicky?
Yes, I'm not so sure if this is for the entry clerk or for the ECATs, but when a cat is co-owned, there an issue came up in my region where a cat was co-owned between a person in region 2 and a person in region 5. And there was a little bit of confusion on that because somebody was wanting to move all the cats instead of just the one.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about, Vicky, but I'm certainly happy to address the issue offline with you. We'll see if we can get it sorted out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, can a cat that's co-owned between 2 people, can that be in both persons' ECATs?
Absolutely. You just have to link them to each account.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Any further questions for Kathy Dunham? No further questions, Kathy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will talk to anybody that needs help. Let me know.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Agenda item 13, Vicky Nye. Hi, Vicky. Welcome to the meeting. You're on mute, and that's okay, because before you start, I want to know if Russell is going to be a standing motion on any action items. Russell?
Yes.
Thank you. Daryl, are you a standing second on any action items that may come forward?
I am.
Thank you. Okay, Vicky Nye, welcome.
Thank you very much, and I thank the board for the opportunity to address you.
hopefully I can meet the challenge of getting this done quickly. First of all, I'd like to thank Rachel Anger, who is always on the ball for updating our judging program rules. Some of these updates have been huge, others are just minimal, but she gets them updated and put up on the CFA website immediately. That's essential. We have a lot of people working on application and going through the judging program right now. And for us to have the current one up on the CFA website is absolutely necessary. So thank you very much, Rachel. With regard to current happenings of the committee, we were able to get a team in Thailand who is putting on a 2-day show the 3rd week of April. And we will be having the BAOS in conjunction with that. BAOS will be on Thursday, Friday, and the handling will be on Sunday. It's almost 3 months before, and we already have like 10 registrations for the BAOS, so I'm delighted with that. This is an area of the world where we've had several requests to put on a BAOS, so we expect registrations to come from Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, and some from China also. So moving on to the rule changes. So this first rule change is something that I wish we could make all the changes and have it all up to date at one time, but sometimes these things don't rear their ugly heads until we have an incident which makes them show up as perhaps this is an issue. I apologize. This first rule change has to do with the number of training sessions an individual has to complete out of the region. This rule was written when we still had the applicants or the trainees going through 8 training sessions. This was not ever addressed at that time, and so we felt that it was only appropriate since they do 6 now, and in some cases, if they're coming from the associate judging program with experienced judging that meets the criteria, they may only do 4. So we've lowered it from 3 out of region, country, or area to 2. With regard to the mileage, those 2 miles, the mileage and the kilometers, they were not ever supposed to be equal. I don't know the reasoning why the kilometers is so much less. Perhaps Pam knows because she's from an area which uses kilometers instead of miles. But we did not change, or we're not intending to change that part of the rule. I did get some questions on it, however.
Okay, Vicky, thank you. Pam?
Obviously, 500 miles does not equate to 400 kilometers. It actually equates to twice that many. Vicky and I talked about this, and I was trying to remember back when we were coming up with kilometers. And basically at that time, we were talking about Europe, and 400 kilometers or kilometers oftentimes will put you through 2 different countries. So our best thing is just to leave it as is, because the judging program will say, hey, if you're in Northern Italy, doing a color class in Southern Switzerland might not be the thing to do. But to work it out with the particular, excuse me, file administrator. So just leave it as, but I just wanted people to know it, 500 miles is 800 kilometers. So just to answer Vicky's question there.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to call for the call if there's any objections to this change. Okay, seeing no objections to the motion passes unanimously. Okay,
Thank
Vicky.
you, everyone. Thank you. The second judging program rule change I have is actually the same as the show rule change that you approved earlier, number 3. which allows apprentices from any part of the world to judge in any part of the world. And I do appreciate the concern from those that mentioned that these judges are not that experienced, that are maybe going into areas where we have not had shows. But as it is right now, many of these people are training in these areas. They go and they train, and then they turn around and they get a request to judge there. And we did not feel that it was fair that they could not do that. So oftentimes with these emerging areas, they have a number of very experienced judges there to rely on that would set the stage or help them meet the rules and all the other issues that come up with emerging areas putting on shows. So I ask for your support of this change to the judging program rules, because it will now be the same as the show rules.
Okay, open for discussion. Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Okay, Vicky and I continue.
Yes, just to mention that Kathy Dennison is on a medical leave of absence through June 1st, 2025. We also mentioned in the body of the open session that we have 3 new applicants to the judging program, and then 2 second specialty applicants to the judging program. 5 altogether to consider in closed session. And we also have 5 individuals who are coming up for advancement in the judging program. And keep going. Okay, Breed Awareness School, as I mentioned earlier, it is in Thailand. We already have registrations for that. 2 judges, the 2 judges that are judging that show are also the 2 that are going to be presenting the BAOS, so that we can watch our expenses for this event. Also, of course, we are pending planning for the BAOS at the next international show, depending on what happens with the structure of that show. Keep going. Here's the flyer, just so that it can be documented. This is what the BAOS flyer looks like, so that everyone has the curriculum, all the necessary data they have to get there and to register for it. Guest judging program. We have the judges from CFA judges who have been asked to judge for other associations, approved associations, and judges that are from approved associations that are judging for CFA, and then the current list by show season of who has how many judging assignments. They are limited to 5 for judges who are not an approved guest judge, and 10 those who are approved guest judges. The associate program and continuing education. The next breed presentation will be the Oriental Shorthair. That is occurring on Zoom on February 26th. It will be recorded and sent out on the judges list, so anyone who is not able to participate in the live Zoom call can collect continuing education credits by watching it there and submitting their request to Anne. Keep going.
Yeah.
We have the workshop that we are planning right now, which will occur on Thursday, June 26th at the CFA Annual in Orlando from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And we will be doing that with multiple topics and not the breeds, which we have done in the past, because we're actually doing breed presentations via Zoom. And that's almost the end of my report. I do have a question or a comment to make to the CFA board with regard to 2.23, which is the stack mutations. And I don't want to beat this to death, but I just want to remind everyone, I will need to communicate this to all our judges. And so right now, what we're going back to, since the new proposed wording failed, we're going back to the existing wording, which says any two structural mutations or one structural mutation plus a coat mutation. It doesn't leave any structural mutations out or coat mutations out. So that would include any curled back ear, folded over ear, any sort of tail mutation, dwarfism, munchkinism, and possibly any of those structural mutations plus any coat mutation, which would be hairlessness, wiring, or wavy coat. So I just wanted to make sure you were all aware that that's what I'm going to need to communicate to all our judges.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Pam?
Vicky, I know that we're going to be talking about several subjects during the judges workshop, but one thing that having the breeds or a breed at the judges workshop allows those of us who do not live in the United States, which is like 54% of the judging program lives outside of North America. This at least gives us a chance for having responses and interchange and feeling the cats without having to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning for a video. That's just a comment. You know how I feel on this, but do think possibly about having a breed at the workshop.
Okay, thank you, Pam. I'll take it under advisement. Some of the issues are actually getting the cats to where we have the annual, the hotel's willingness to have pets there and in that meeting room. But you and I will talk about this, okay?
She's shaking her head yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any further comments?
No, I'm complete.
Does anybody have any other questions for Vicky Nye? No additional comments. Vicky Nye, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
And we appreciate everything your committee is doing.
I will let them know.
Okay, Vicky, we're gonna see you tomorrow, correct?
First thing, bright and early.
Okay. Great. You have a good rest of the day. Thank you, Vicky.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 14, club memberships. Carol?
Yes, my report is rather short this time. We do not have any new club applications that were submitted for this meeting. We do expect several to be submitted for consideration in June. My action item is a motion to accept with regret the resignation of the following clubs. And I'll just read off the names: Country Fair Cat Fanciers, Fancy That Cat Club, International Havana Brown Society, Jazz Cats, Long-Hair Japanese Bobtail Breeders, Muskogee Cat Club, Oakway Cat Fanciers, North American Blues All-Breed Cat Fanciers, Asa Cat Society, Southeastern Michigan Cat Fanciers, Vokery Feline Fanciers, and Wenatchee Valley Cat Club.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Daryl, are you second?
I'd second.
Thank you, Daryl. Daryl, do you have a comment?
No, there's gonna be more, because I've already been questioned on what to do if they don't want to renew their membership.
Okay. Kenny? You're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
Harold, this is the first time I've seen this many resignations all at once. Do you think it's a direct result of our fee structure being increased?
May I answer that? Yes.
ahead, Carol.
Yes, it definitely is. Not all of the clubs indicated a reason for the resignation, but a number of them did mention that the fee increase was the primary reason.
And I had one other question I'd like to ask. Within these 12, are there any duplicates for secretaries?
Yes.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mhm.
Carol, to be a little more specific on Kenny's question, all 12 are there duplicates or just some of the 12?
I would say 3/4 of them are duplicate. There are some duplicates and 3/4.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the rest, there are a couple that are single club secretaries, but there are a number that have multiple clubs.
Okay. Pam?
I have a couple of clubs that are waving on whether they're going to renew or not. Uh, the fee increase has been a major contention. What we are trying to do, we have where we might be losing some clubs is gaining some clubs, our applications for clubs. And we're trying to see if we can't work among these people to get maybe membership transferred. So we really don't lose the club, but it might be changing where it's located, something like that. So it would be an even Stephen on the number of clubs, but we have had three people or three secretaries tell me that the problem is that the $190, even with the euro being very even now with the US dollar, is a big hit for them.
Thank you, Pam. Kathy?
Just to give you a little bit of data, in 2023-2024 season, club dues, we had $47,935 in revenue. Thus far, May through December, the end of December, we have $46,490. That's $1,445 and a penny, which is very, very close to exactly what the 12 clubs, the revenue from the 12 clubs. So if we look at in the past, since probably I'm looking back as far as 2018-19, we averaged about 48,000 to 49,000 in revenue driven by club dues. And again, last season it was 48,000. Let's round it up. We can say 49,000. Right now, if you round this up, we're about at let me see, 48,000 for 23-24, and thus far this fiscal year we're at 46,000. Just to kind of give you some numbers.
Thank you, Kathy. Daryl?
I have a question for Carol. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Carol, do we know how many of these 12 clubs are actual show producing clubs versus being the so-called paper clubs or non-show producing clubs?
Carol, you can answer.
I do not have that information, but looking at some of the names of these clubs, I somewhat recognize that they have not been show producing clubs recently.
James or Arlene, can you guys do that sometime today and then report on it later?
Yes.
Thank you. Ann?
Jazz Cats was a show producing club in my region.
Okay, thank you. Pam?
Remember, clubs have other functions besides just putting on shows, and they work with animal welfare and working with shelters and building the reputation of CFA and their locales. So show producing does not always mean that the club is active.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Is there any further questions for Carol? Before I close this out, Arlene, this is a good opportunity for you to remind all those that are signed in with us. What is the submission deadlines
For
for this year for the delegate and voting?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay.
Changes all the time, so I don't know.
Okay, all right. Because
We
it's a
publish
moving
that
day.
and we send out reminders all the time.
Okay, very good. All right, Carol, do you have anything else?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you very much, Carol.
But we do need to vote on this, do we not?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you for the reminder. I got lost in the discussion here. Any objections to the motion? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Carol, thank you for reminding me that.
You're welcome. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 15, breeds and standards. Let's see, we're gonna bring in Annette, correct?
She's here.
All right. And Daryl, you're gonna be a standing motion.
I am.
Okay, may I have a standing second? Rachel? You are a standing second?
I'll be a standing second.
Okay. And I know some of us ate lunch or dinner or breakfast, whatever time it is. Rachel, when should we schedule the break? You want to shoot a break for like 2:30 Eastern time?
I think that is a great time. I have, the break is currently scheduled at 3:30, but since we're 20 minutes ahead, I think that would be a reasonable time.
Yeah,
At
let's do
2:30?
that. We'll just keep an eye on that if you would.
Yes.
Okay, Annette, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Okay, well, you all have the very long and involved report that Rachel kindly sectioned together. And my first action item will be to go through the elections and ballot proposals. So we'll go right in order of how we have things here. The first, let's see, so you can move up. I'll come back to my other action items after we get through this, because we have some people that want to speak. You can go past the cow money thing also. That's information. All right, stop. Okay, these are the results of the election of Breed Council secretaries and committee chairs, which occurred this year. And I want to welcome the re-elected Breed Council secretaries and Breed committee chairs, as well as the newly elected ones. All right, keep going, scrolling. All right, the first ballot that has an action item is the Abyssinian. I believe that Beth Riley might be available if there's any questions on any of these. I haven't had I can only do one thing at a time, so I can't actually look and see if she's in the room.
I don't see her.
Okay. Well, maybe there won't be any questions. So the first proposal was to move the point about the color of the hair, which is currently in the section of ears, from that section to the color description. And you see that on there, and it passed by 60%.
Okay. Is there a discussion? Objection? Seeing no objection, passes unanimously.
Okay, the next proposal. Sorry, I'm trying to read what you have up there, Ellen, but I could bring mine up and we'll probably get it further ahead.
I'm writing notes and
this proposal more clearly describes the ear set, removing the set as the listening, to read set so that the outside line of the ear follows the outer line of the modified wedge shape without interruption. That also passed by 60%.
Okay, is there any discussion? Any objections? I see an objection, or is it, Rachel, are you a discussion?
It's a question.
Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
So to me, the new language implies a wedge-shaped head. And when I read this, that was my initial reaction. I kind of like the existing language, and I would love somebody to explain to me how this does not describe a wedge shape head rather than a modified wedge shape head.
Annette, do you want to address that?
Well, the breed council secretary would have to address it, but this isn't actually describing the head. It's describing the ear set.
Okay.
Am I missing something? Because I have a head cold, so I'm,
Oh, well, it describes how the ears fit with the outer line of the modified wedge shape. I assume that means the modified wedge shape head. I'll
Yeah,
vote for it because the breed. Okay, go ahead.
Daryl?
Well, in my opinion, a wedge-shaped head would be more in line with the Ford short hairs or Oriental style. Our Abbeys do not have clean lines from the tip of the nose to the base of the ear. There's some width across the zygomatic arch to create a modified wedge, but still, it's a wedge shape overall. And to me, if you put your fingers down the side of the head as it narrows down to the nose, it widens as you go toward the back of the skull. And so the ear set should be in a line with that line from the tip of the nose to the base of the ear.
Okay.
Yeah. The actual shape of the head is described under the head section of the standard. And it says shape, modified wedge without flat planes, moderately longer than, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong breed. Hang on, I just had it. I'm not going to be good at this today. A modified, slightly rounded wedge without flat planes. The brow, cheek, and profile lines all showing a gentle contour. A slight rise from the bridge of the nose to the forehead, which should be of good size, with width between the ears and flowing into the arched neck without a break. So that's the current head description. What this is trying to clarify is, what does set as though listening really mean? So they're taking that out and they're more clearly describing the ear set that they want. So following the outer line of the modified wedge shape, which is what the head description calls for.
Okay. Rachel?
Yes, thank you, Annette. I know what the head description says, which is
Okay.
why I have an issue. I'm going to vote yes for this because the breed council supported it. And I will take my discussions offline with the Abbey breeders. Maybe they can school me on how this works.
Or maybe talk to the Abbey Breed Council Secretary, who may be on at 2 o'clock. I don't know. That's what I told them the time would be. So, all right.
Daryl?
So to me, the part that they're taking out, set as though listening, means that the ears are pricked forward to increase the sound waves coming into the ear, because the pinna is what gets the ear sound and directs it to the inner ear. So to me, that's what set as though listening means.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the third standard change is to add to the penalized section, ears too high or too low that disrupt the smooth lines of the modified wedge.
Okay, discussion? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
And their fourth proposal is a registration rule that cats assigned with 0358, 0359 prefixes can be re-registered with prefixes matching their color if they have 8 generations of Abyssinian, ex-Abyssinian, and a DNA test to show they do not carry the long-haired gene.
Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
All right. Oops. Okay.
Is Carol with us? Johnson?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Carol. Annette, why don't you go ahead and make the proposal and then we'll ask Carol to comment, okay? Go ahead, Annette.
Yeah, yes, the American Short, I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of the hour. The American Short Hair Breed Council had two informational proposals. Both of them failed their breed council, and they were in response to the American Wire Hair proposal that follows. The American Wire Hair proposal follows only because of alphabetization. But basically, these two questions were in response to, would you be in favor of the American Wire Hair breed to add a color class to show their straight-coated cats? And the second proposal, would you be in favor of having the straight-coated American, or would you be in favor of having the American Wire Hair added as a division of American Short Hair? And they added that last one, both breed councils did at my request to try to get some input ahead of the game. I want to thank both Carol and Jan Rogers for participating in a Zoom discussion so we could kind of go through how this might work, or how people might feel. And is Jan on?
She is in the audience. I just can't get her to accept the promotion to panelist, or perhaps she's just
she's out of the country. And I don't know, has she just dialed in, or is she actually Zoomed in?
Well, and then there was a Jan's iPhone, but I don't know if that's Jan. Now I see it's just identified as an iPhone. I have no idea who that might be. We can, I guess, find out. We can bring the person in and see who it is.
Well, yeah, let's bring the
Hey,
person in.
Okay, she raised her hand.
Okay, good.
That must be Jan. She's at the top now. Okay, let's see if that'll. Or, I can allow her to talk. Let's see.
I am now unmuted.
Okay, there
Okay,
she is.
Jan and Carol, welcome to the meeting. Annette, when you're done, we can start with Carol and then we'll Jan, or however you want to do this.
Okay, if we could go to the American Wire Hair, which actually has proposals that passed, and then we could maybe ask Carol and Jan to speak to these, each one of these in turn. But I first feel like I need to point something out that I've never run into before. The American Wire Hair Breed Council, of which there were 7 who voted, 4 voted in favor of the American Wire Hair proposals and 3 voted no. That means the proposal to actually describe the coat of a straight-coated American Wire Hair failed. If the board decides they want to vote for the American Wire Hair to have a color class for straight-coated cats, they will not have a description of what that means. So we have a bit of a impasse there. And I don't know really what we can do about it.
So you're saying because number 2 failed.
Yes.
We have an issue with number 1. Correct?
Yes, that is correct. And that's assuming the board believes that changing an AO, so currently the American Wire Hair straight-coated cats can be shown in their AOV class. So in a way, there is a place for them to show currently, but they can't, of course, be titled or get any points. And maybe, and we've always treated a color class change as a show rule change, but maybe when you're promoting a new trait, that's not the way it should be, but I don't have anything that says any differently. So what we would be operating against basically would be cats that would be shown and that would be disqualified for having the wrong coat.
Okay, so, Jan Rogers, do you want to comment on this? Did we lose Jan?
Tapped on me. I'm here now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Jan.
Okay. The American wire hair has been around for quite some time, but it's one of those breeds that really doesn't have a great underlying support across the country. The idea of having, and Annette was very helpful in this in saying that it's really important if you have an AOV class to show those AOVs and get them in front of the judges so that they can be advanced to a division of their own, much like our long hair exotics, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, worldwide, we have 5 breeders. One of those is in Canada, who has been sanctioned against CFA, and we can't even, he has no authority. We can't use his cats. We have 1 breeder in America. And I'm not counting myself or my partner. We aren't really seriously breeding. Another story. We have 1 in Germany. We have 1 quasi person in China and 2 in Hong Kong. We're not talking about a lot of cats. Carol and I have spent a lot of time talking about this. Since the last 5 years, we've had 35 distinct individuals shown in championship in American wire hairs. That's all. For AOVs, the problem is because of our Asian connections, they don't register AOVs because they don't mean anything. They don't register AOVs in any of the other cats that they breed or show because they don't have any credentials. Since 2011, there have been 3, count them 3, and these statistics are per Dick Kalmeyer and I working together, 3 AOVs have been registered. 2 out of those 3 AOVs are mine. We don't have enough cats or interest in showing AOVs to promote Annette's premise to show AOVs to make us into championship. The comment that I have gotten, and I do have someone in Southeast Asia who had been breeding our American wire hairs and is interested, but he was the first to tell me some years back that we don't want to register the AOVs, they don't mean anything. The same thing comes out of China and my associates in Hong Kong. They're not registered. They have all indicated to me that if you would just give us a chance to show those AOVs as a separate division of American wire hairs, not American short hairs. And Carol and I have talked about that. We don't want to be part of the American short hairs. They don't want to be a part of us, as opposed to Tika. Tika allows straight hairs, American short hair, or American wire hairs, to be shown as American short hairs in Tika. We don't want that. We are in a distinctly different breed, and we want to be that distinctly different breed, and to be able to use our AOVs and to get credentials or awards on those cats and be able to continue to use them in our American wire hair program. Having an AOV American wire hair increases the probability genetically of having an American wire hair down the road. And we can still use our American short hairs as an outcross, but it lowers the percentage of the opportunity to actually produce a wire hair kitten. The genetics of the American wire hair are incomplete dominance, and Carissa can speak to this as well because she has had American wire hairs from me and has produced American wire hairs that have gone on and been part of that 35 cats in the last 5 years that have gone on to championship.
Jan,
We really want a chance. That's all we're asking for, or we're going to go out of the world of
Jan,
cats.
Jan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Annette brought up what some would think is a conundrum. If the board passes number one, as did the breed council, but yet number two failed, I don't, based on what Annette is telling us, it, for the most part, disqualifies what the board did in passing it. How can we pass number one if number two fails? That's the concern.
We need to readdress number two because the coat is distinctly different. And when I sent the proposal in, I had a description for that straight-haired coat.
No.
All right, Carissa?
Hello. So I was looking through the numbers that I had that I've registered in the last, I don't know, registered numbers, but since I started breeding American Wires, I think it was about 10 years ago, I've produced 14 grands. So it's probably a good chunk and shown a few others that didn't grand. And I have to say that the straight hair wires, my straight hair wires almost always had the exact same coat as my American short hairs. And really, the reason why I really moved away from breeding wires, and I'm probably a quasi wire hair breeder now because technically I still have a couple left, is because, to be completely honest, I could not sell my pet kittens that were straight hairs. And if you cannot sell your kittens, you cannot breed. And the reason why I couldn't sell them is when I presented the papers to
Carissa, you're breaking up. We just lost the last two sentences of what you said.
I'm not basically the straight hair wire as pets. I would never use a straight hair wire in my breeder because the genetic is out there.
Carissa,
I would never use. You still can't hear me.
We're not getting your information. Are you with?
Can you come back to me,
Janet?
No, she's not in the room.
Okay. All right. Try it again.
Let me step outside. Give me a minute. Is it better now?
Well, it was.
I'm going to step outside. Can you come back to me?
Yeah, I will come back to you.
I'm going to go outside.
Annette.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna ask you and Daryl to comment on this, and then I'm gonna ask Carol Johnson. So,
okay,
give us your thoughts.
So my
Rich, can I say one thing?
No.
Oh.
Because I gotta keep this in order. I'm going with Annette, Daryl, Carol, then Jan, and then if we can get Carissa back. Annette, go ahead.
Okay, so Jan, your coat description for the straight coat is here. It just wasn't up on the screen. So if you scroll down, you'll see the coat description for the straight coated. My suggestion would be is that we ask central office to repoll the American Warrior Hair Breed Council secretaries just on this one issue and hope for a better outcome. And then Jan would need to get with her breed council members and convince them that they need to vote for it. That's the only, I mean, we can't change the standard. Only the breed council can change the standard.
Okay, thank you, Annette. Daryl?
I agree with what Annette said.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Carol Johnson?
Yes, I want to say that this was the first time we had seen these proposals. And what I would not say is that American Shorthair breeders don't want to help the wire hairs. I think they do overall, but there's going to need a lot of work to do this. If you were going to make these the same division, there has to be a lot of changes to the breed standards. Probably on both sides, and we don't see that happening very quickly. Regarding whether or not they should be shown as straight hairs, I think we have more room for change on that, but it would certainly be helpful if somebody such as Carissa or somebody who does have straight hair wires would show a few in the spirit of the rules for accepting more colors. And the major difference, well, I saw a fair amount of support for American wire hairs and for their breed standards when I went through our questionnaire, which I shared with the board and I shared with Jan as well. I think there's more support underlying it than some of the comments reflect. But we would like you to consider showing a few, and it could be 1 to 3. It doesn't have to be a lot. And the other thing that I think that they would like to see is they want to make sure that there's a standard that they can show against. So that has to do with what you're discussing right now with the wire hair board. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, Jan Rogers, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to mention that the only straight-haired wires that are viable right now are the 2 that were produced this past year. One of them is in Grand Rapids, Michigan with Victor, and Annette knows that person. And the other one is in my house. Those are the only 2 straight-haired wire hairs that have been produced in the last 18 months that have been registered, and they were my cats. I can tell you I have been breeding wire hairs since 2000, and I have had AOVs. I didn't register them. They were pets because there was no credibility to showing the AOVs. And that's my bad. And I accept full responsibility for that because I never thought that we would reach this point. I want to tell you unequivocally, every single AOV that I produced never had the same coat as an American Shorthair. Carissa had bred her cats with American Shorthairs, and perhaps doubling up on that caused the coat to be more like an American Shorthair. But I bred my AOVs that I had registered to American wire hairs. The coats of the 2 cats that we have right now that are 8 months old they're not even close to an American Shorthair. And if any judge said it was, they really need to get with Carol.
Okay, Carissa?
I went out to my car, so I hope you can hear me better.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay, so the reason why I never registered my AOVs was because the lack of genetic diversity. I would not use them in my wire hair program. And if I wasn't going to use them for breeding, I did not see a reason to show them. one or two of them actually ended up in the household pet division. That is where they ended up being shown, and one did quite well. I know a couple of other straight hair wires that were also shown in the household pet division in our area. So they've been in the show rings, just not as AOV American wire hairs. I'm still on the breed council. I still technically, I'm like a quasi breeder. I don't know that showing the straight hairs is going to save the breed. I really think the only way is to try to do what has been done in another association, which is to bring them into the American short hair. But that would require some standard changes. I think the way the vote went here, we cannot pass the show rule change because we cannot override the breed council on a failed vote.
Okay, Annette? If somebody wants to talk, you gotta raise your hand. Jan, are you trying to talk?
No,
Okay. All right, Annette?
I have nothing else to say. I said what I had to say.
Marilee?
Yes, this is clearly a minority breed. It seems to be getting more minority as time goes by. So I do kind of worry where Jan is saying that this breed is going to disappear off the face of the planet if we don't do something. It really, if you're talking about only 2 straight hair wire hairs being produced in the last year, I don't really see where it's going to be a terrible issue to allow them to be shown in their own division. So the American wire hair wired and the American wire hair straight. And I would say this description of the coat that we have here, to me, is not very descriptive at all. So as a judge, I'm like, exactly, does it stand away from the body? Does it feel, hard and coarse, or is it soft? And, how does it, what are the differences I really need to look at? If we do pass this, we're going to need to have a really good description of that coat anyway. I don't know if maybe it didn't pass because this isn't a really intense description of the coat, and maybe we can just take that back as a special ballot, or if that's even possible to do, where we can send them like an off-cycle ballot to try to get a coat description passed before we put it into play.
Annette?
Thank you. First of all, this would not be a division. It would be a color class. We would not have 2 different divisions of American wire hair. That would give them a chance to get their numbers up, and at some point they would maybe be enough to be a division. We could reconsider that. So this would be giving them a color class. However, we still have the standard change number 2, which did not pass. And I think we should I don't know, table's the right word, penned a vote on number 1 and ask the breed central office or the breed council secretary to come up with maybe 2 possible standard changes for the coat. Find out from your breed council members what might be acceptable to them or more descriptive, and see if you can get that passed. Certainly that could be done, I don't know, Eileen, maybe within the next 30 to 60 days, and then we could readdress this at the April meeting.
Daryl?
Well, I will reiterate what Annette said a little earlier. We cannot change the standard without the breed council's approval. So our hands are tied here, and I'm very sympathetic to the breed. Don't get me wrong, okay? Because I don't want to see the breed disappear, but we got to have the vote, and we don't have the vote. So we're sort of spinning our wheels.
Ed? You're on mute.
Yep. It seems to me that these are being considered in the wrong order. Until you have a standard change, how can you change the show rules to allow straight coated cats to be shown when the standard doesn't seem to allow for that. It's really a wired standard. So I would suggest that you table the show rule change until something passes the breed council as far as the standard.
Okay. Carol Johnson?
Yes, I'm going to say one thing to the American Wirehair Breed Council. I've heard reasons why cats have not been shown, but it would seem to me that if you really wanted this to pass the American Shorthair or get some more buy-in from this breed council, that you would pay the entry fee at $70 or so, one cat in one show, in the spirit of the rules for color change. We're not talking about a lot of money. We're not talking about showing this cat in a whole lot of shows, but that has not been done yet. And I would like to encourage them to do this.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. So Annette, I just want to get clear on this. We're not doing anything with the American Shorthair for 1 and 2 because both those failed, correct?
Well, the first one passed, the second one failed. That's correct, but we can't
I'm
pass.
talking about the American Shorthair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, those were information only.
Okay, right. So
we-
we don't
we-
have to do anything with those, and that's why Carol's on, because she was talking about
Right.
what to do. Okay, so now we're on the American Wirehair #1.
Right.
It passes, and what I'm hearing from you and Daryl and others, the board can't pass that, is my understanding, sort of, because the breed council did not pass their #2. Am I understanding that correctly, Ed?
We
Or-
could pass it, but then any cats shown in the straight coat in the straight coded colors class would be disqualifiable for having an incorrect code.
Okay, so that's what would happen if we pass one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yep.
Marilee? You're on mute, Marilee.
Sorry about that. So we've got many breeds that have colors that are not specifically defined, that we judge all the time. And as time goes by, we start to get some of those color descriptions added. So I don't see why we can't do that here. And especially if we're talking about something that they can get passed by April, or get an agreement on by April, we could just make that color class description at that time. But we've got many colors in many breeds that we don't have a description for.
Okay, thank you, Marilee. Daryl?
Well, I think Ed is correct. I think these are out of sync. 2 should have been voted on first, and then if it passed, then 1 should have been considered. So, and I think the correct thing to do would, as you suggest, would be to table 1 and repoll the breed council and make it obvious to the people that if they want this, then they need to get their votes changed and up. Is that what you are recommending?
Yes, that is what I was recommending.
And I will make the motion to do that. Table 1.
Rich, can I say, I can't raise my hand. Can I say something?
Okay, Jan, go ahead.
Okay, you're talking about all these people. Daryl, there's 12 of us in the world. There are 2 straight-haired wire hairs, and they're mine.
Anything further, Jan?
No, sir.
Okay. Daryl, continue.
Well, I was just going to say, we have procedure that we have to follow, and it's we can't make an exception to it. So, I mean, is Jan saying she's not willing to show her 2 straight coded wire hairs?
Jan, that question's to you through
I'm
me.
happy to show them. Will 2 do it? for the
Well, I think
board?
the request was for one,
I can do that.
but we can't change the standard unless there's a 60% vote. And you don't have 60%, you're short one vote. So you got to get 1 of 3 people to change their vote to yes. And
Okay,
at that point in time, then one could be considered. So again, I will go back to, we need to table 1 and then 2 fails. And we can, I guess we can make an exception to the rule to allow a repolling of this due to the dire circumstances of the viability of the breed to survive over the next few years.
Okay, that is your motion, correct, Darrell?
That's correct.
Okay, Rachel, you were the standing second. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. Annette?
I just want to point out that that was exactly what I said before
I know.
Daryl and Ed repeated it. Yes. And normally that wouldn't bother me, but these days it kind of does. So I'm in agreement with that. I didn't realize we didn't have a rule about repolling when there was an issue, but if there is, I'll keep that in mind. And I don't know, can Eileen tell us how quickly we could do this?
Yes, I'd like to get it out next week. If you can get us the verbiage, we can get it out next week. I'd like to do a 3-week turnaround so that if this passes the standard change, that it's printed in the show standards. It really can't wait 45 or 60 days.
Right.
We need to have it to the printer. And it's only 7 people. I think that's all that's on the breed council. So it should be a quick turnaround.
That can vote. That can vote.
Right.
Okay, Rachel?
Just wanted to mention we have repolled in the past, so this is not a precedent.
Okay, very good. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, any further discussion? Any objections? Okay, seeing no objection, that motion passes unanimously. Okay.
Thank you.
Annette?
Okay, just when you thought it was going to get easy, now we have the British short hair.
Yeah.
Is Ginger on?
Wait a minute. Yes, she is. Let me try and promote her.
So Annette, were we done with the American
Yes, the third one was the information only.
information only? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay. All right, so it is,
Which, by the way, I will just mention this while we're waiting. It actually passed. There are more members of the American Wirehair Breed Council voting for it than not to become a division or part of the American Shorthair breed.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're moving on to British Shorthair, correct?
Yes, British Shorthair.
Now, did you?
Ginger is here.
All right, okay.
All right, so a number of these passed, and then we get to a bunch that didn't pass. We're only going to talk about the ones that passed. Number 1 revises the head standard to further describe the top of the head and the profile, and it passed by 60%.
Okay. Is there any, Pam?
Let me state that I have been very, very fortunate to judge outstanding examples of British Shorthairs in Australia, New Zealand, and throughout Europe. Several of the changes that have been voted on in this breed council describe a cat that I have not seen and does not exist, at least in Europe, at this point in time. Under the head structure, FIFA, which is one of our predominant organizations with lots of British, calls for a round and massive head with a broad skull, a short, broad, and straight nose with slight indentation, but not a stop as with the exotic. With a new concept that I've been trying to get passed to some of my colleagues in other organizations, especially when dealing with Maine Coon types that we're seeing now. I went to the country of origin, to the British Short, to the Governing Council of the Cat Fancy, GCCF. And many of you may know that the British Shorthair was almost extinct after World War II. And only with intensive breeding through using of several different breeds did we get what we have today. GCCF calls the head round face with full broad cheeks and good breadth of skull with a round underlying bone structure. The head should be set on a short, thick neck. Nose, the nose should be short, broad, and straight and of uniform width, face on, and show no signs of reduced nasal aperture. In profile, a rounded forehead should lead to a short, straight nose with a break, which is neither too pronounced nor too shallow.
We don't have a break.
Let me, please, I have the floor.
Go ahead.
FIFA
Continue.
calls the nose short, broad, and straight with a slight indentation, but not a stop as in the exotic. I sent a letter to the board members from the person who had the best British short hair in CFA last year. And he, I thought, gave a very good description of what we're facing in an area which could see increased British short hair competition in CFA, but not with drastic changes to a skull structure that is not recognized in the majority of the world. We don't have flat plains over here. We have rounded skull structures. We don't have curving profiles. We do have stops. There are some other questions I have about other portions. I was disappointed to see that one color was two colors were accepted, yet the genetic background colors to the chocolate and the lilac, being fawn and cinnamon, were not accepted, and the board's hands are tied by vote of the delegation last summer that we could not even allow cats to be registered with those in the background. I am highly concerned about several of these changes. Some I definitely support, but these structural changes will kill our competition in the British short hair in Europe.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Ginger, welcome to the meeting. Annette, did you have any additional comments, Annette?
I've lost my picture. Well, I think we should just go through the proposals that passed. I mean, I know, first of all, the standard always said the forehead should be rounded with a slight flat plane on the top. Now they're adding mandatory. And I thought we were concerned about extremity and what some people are considering British short hairs to be brachycephalic. So don't we want to move away from that? And I don't want to get into an argument about it. I'm just trying to point out that this Breed Council is trying to address those things by what they put on their ballot.
Okay. Daryl?
I agree exactly with what Annette just said. This is, it's already a slight flat plane is in the head standard of the British, and to make it mandatory, they all don't have that. And I think that's just going a little bit too far, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Ginger, did you want to comment on proposed number 1?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
One of the things that these changes were based on was a discussion with the board that many of our breeds were in danger of being shut down because of extremity, meaning too extreme, not arms and legs. So I approached Leslie Lyons and we talked about the points of structure in the British Shorthair Standard that were vague enough to allow that standard to be brought to an extreme. If I understand the problem in Europe, and Europe in some of the associations allow their British to go back to Persians in the 3rd generation, just as some British Shorthairs in China are being taken back to Persians in the 3rd generation. This is resulting in a cat, as Pam has described, that is far too extreme to meet the standard of the British Shorthair that we currently want to breed. If I wanted to breed exotics, I would breed exotics, and that's what many of these cats are starting to look like. We worked structurally not only on this first part, the head, but I think the first 7 items in this standard have to do specifically with structure. The head, the leg length, our cat should be balanced, not have short, stubby legs. We don't want munchkin Brits. We want that cat to be moderate to large and not extreme in any way. The British head, because it's round, has always been classified as bradycephalic. What happens with bradycephalic is once you get to the Persian definition, you have basically a flat profile. In the British, we are trying to maintain a viewable profile when you look at the side of the head. Daryl, thank you for agreeing. We have worked many years to try to maintain our standard, and for many years we had no changes at all. And like I said before, these structural changes were made based on the understanding of our standard, and Leslie Lyons worked with us to pick out those areas that could be brought to the extreme and damage the health and structure of our cats.
Okay, thank you, Ginger. I'm going to call the vote on this. If you're in favor, raise your hand. If you support this motion, raise your hand. Okay, Marilee, Carissa, Carol, Holly, Kenny, Dorianne, Aki, Russell, Vicky, Kathy, John, Ann, and Howard. Okay, lower your hand. If you're opposed, raise your hand. Daryl, Pam, and Rachel, lower your hand. And if you're an abstention, raise your hand. No abstentions. Rachel?
I did not get a vote for Janet.
Janet,
Rich, this is Kathy. She was on, she sent a message that she's in favor.
okay. Um, Janet, you got your hand up? Thank you. You're a yes vote, Janet?
No, I was just trying to raise my hand and it wasn't cooperating. So I texted, but yeah, I'm for.
Okay, thank you.
That's 14 yes, 3 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes. All right, Annette,
Yes, proposal number 2 revises the nose description. So that it says in profile, there is a gentle dip with no stop or break. The front on view shows wide open nostrils, nares.
okay, discussion. Are there any objections?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call the vote. If you're in favor, raise your hand. Marilee, Carol, Kenny, Daryl, Carissa, Polly, Dorianne, Janet, Russell, Rachel, Kathy, Ann, Aki, Vicky, Howard, and John. Lower your hand.
Good night, pal.
Lower your hands, please. Aki, can you lower your hand? Okay, if you're opposed, raise your hand. Pam, lower your hand. And if you're an abstention, raise your hand. No abstentions.
That's
Rachel,
16 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions.
okay, motion passes. Okay, Annette,
Okay, proposal number 3 revises the muzzle description. At the end, it says round whisker pads that do not droop. The added words are that do not droop.
okay. Discussion? Pam,
Please define droop.
Ginger,
Okay, first let me explain. I've lost my page. I have a blank Zoom page and I can't see what's happening, so you'll have to call on me if I'm needed. What we're trying to say here is that the British Shorthair muzzle should be succinct, and the 2 pads on either side of the nares have often been described as gumdrops. The exotic short hair has whisker pads that in our estimation droop. They look more like the flews on a dog. The posterior edge hangs down further. In the British short hair, that muzzle should be succinct, round, structures on either side of the nose that do not droop, like an
Okay.
exotic short hair.
okay, Annette,
Just for reference, anybody that's over 50, take off your clothes, get in front of a mirror. It'll be easy to figure out what it is.
Thank you, Annette. That painted a real good picture.
Rachel, this is when you say point of order.
Point of order.
I'm just reminding you of that, okay?
Sorry.
Off topic, point of order.
Well, thank you, Pam.
Speak for yourself, Annette.
Okay,
Honestly, the droop, I think that there could be a much better I mean, when we're talking about the rounded whisker pads with a round bottom with the chin, it fits in that way. I've just got a question on using the word droop. There's got to be a better word.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I will try this. Is there objection to this motion? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Okay, Annette, number
Yes.
4.
Number 4, proposed revise the description of legs. Remove short to medium, well-boned and strong, and add well-boned and strong, short to medium in proportion to the body. It puts it in a different order. All legs are straight with no signs of being foreshortened.
Okay, discussion? Objections? Daryl, did you have a discussion?
Well, yeah, because foreshortened means they're short. I mean, you gotta, they don't match, this doesn't match up. Just my opinion.
Okay, Dorianne?
My question is, are they all equal short, like a square and a level back? I mean,
Yes.
we're shorting them. It's kind of a vague description to me. It's confusing to me.
Okay, Ginger, please comment.
Okay, what we were trying to get across here is the legs are short to medium, and we do not want them to be foreshortened. There's a British short hair breeder in England that wants to munchkinize the British short hair. And we don't want those legs foreshortened. That's a big, powerful body with a level back, and we don't want it on short little legs. We want the legs to be straight, strong, and in proportion to the cat. Short, as we all know, is relative. The length of a 10-pound female leg would be shorter in measurement than an 18-pound whole male. Everything needs to be in balance in this cat. And the whole reason for this is we don't want any foreshortening of the legs.
Annette?
Thank you. Foreshortening is actually a term that includes scale. And so what it kind of means is overly short, but it's in conjunction with the rest of the cat.
Mm-hmm.
So foreshortened would be the cat is everywhere else fine. Its legs may be short or medium, depending on the rest of the size of the cat, but foreshortened puts it out of balance and out of proportion.
Right, Annette, thank you. Well said. And in reference to Pam's last comment, for next year's ballot, we will certainly remember to see if we can find a better word than droopy.
Okay, thank you. Pam?
I think on the all legs are straight, period, with no signs of being foreshortened. You describe the positive cat with well-boned and strong, short to medium, and in proportion to the body. That says it says it in a positive manner without bringing in questionable concepts of being foreshortened. And by the by, they've already munchkinized Brits along with everything else in Eastern Europe. So it's there. You just it's was in the US first.
Dorianne?
Okay, so is there any way that we can add, like, not munchkinized or something? I mean, obviously that's up to the committee to figure that kind of wordage out, but I just think, especially with people with English as their second language, foreshortened is going to be kind of confusing to them. Just my opinion.
Annette?
Thank you. Let me answer that, Dorian. We do not we do not reference other breeds within a breed standard, and particularly a breed that we don't recognize at all. So foreshortened is the best way to address that.
Okay. Daryl?
I think the better word would be without showing signs of dwarfism. That's not a breed, that's a condition. And to answer Dorian's question, this was voted on by the Breed Council. You cannot change anything in this wording without Breed Council approval. So no, it can't be changed.
Okay. Any further discussion? Are there objections to this motion? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Ginger, maybe you will go to your committee and ask them to use a different word for next year.
You betcha. Kathy's sitting here and it's on her list of to-do things.
You know, I got to be honest, I wasn't exactly sure what it meant. I knew it had to do with something with short, so I looked it up and it says the definition I got was dramatically shortened. So, okay, let's move on to number 5.
Yes, Google is our friend.
It is.
Change number 5 is to clarify the coat description specific to the texture. So they're adding the word resilient after crisp, and then describing what that would mean. If the coat is pushed against the grain, the coat will return towards its prior position.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Number 6.
Number 6, further clarifies the coat color in general. The color should be sound from root to tip in solid colors. Has been added.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Number 7.
Number 7 moves definite no stop from penalized to disqualify. So penalize it removes definite no stop, and disqualify adds definite no stop / nose break.
Okay. Pam?
You have my objections to this as it changes the standard of the CAT as we have seen it worldwide.
Okay, I'll call for the vote on that. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Rich, I'd like to make a comment to that.
Go ahead.
I don't remember seeing British short hairs on the US bench or any that we've imported from other countries that have a nose stop or a nose break. That's always been a penalized or DQ in the standard.
Okay. Pam?
We might have a difference of a conceptual definition here. When I'm saying stop, I'm saying, and what we're seeing is a change of direction of the nose. Not particular, nobody wants a break. None of the associations want a break. But what we are seeing is a change of direction, which is sort of a stop to change the direction. I'm not saying something as defined as like on a Havana Brown or something, but it's a change of direction. It's not a smooth curve.
So Pam, specific to number 7, I just have a question for you. They're moving definite nose stop from penalized to disqualify and adding nose break. Can you just share with me what your objection is specific to moving from penalized to disqualify?
That would take our cats off the bench. It would take the European cats off the bench.
Okay. All right,
And
thank you for clarifying that. Okay,
and the other thing is that would definitely limit genetic diversity in being able to bring new lines in to the US from Europe and beyond.
Rich?
go ahead, Ginger, hang on a second. Let Daryl, and then I'll call on you last. Go ahead, Daryl.
Great.
So Pam, I have a question. Is it okay, Rich?
Please, Daryl.
So in Europe, you're saying that the British have a no stop. They're not present in Australia or in the United States or in Japan.
Pam, you can respond.
I didn't say that. I have recently judged British in Europe. That's why I'm using that. But I'm not talking about the Kalufas or the cats in China, which they have stops. When you're talking about the nose break, and with it going to disqualify, as I said, it takes it takes the British off of our out of our shows for CFA in Region 9. Let me speak with you, Region 9. But when I can go into a show and judge 20 some odd British short hairs, I mean, it's a real thrill. And especially in such countries as Poland, where we would love to get a foot in.
Daryl, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. I find that amazing.
Okay. Ginger?
Yes, I would like to speak to the fact that we moved stop and break to disqualify. This is one of the major head structures that put our cats at greater risk for health problems and disease. If you think about the structural head plates that require a break, you are moving everything back and apart. That's directly opposed to the gentle dip we want on the nose, on the profile of the British. We don't want stops and breaks.
Okay, and I want to
Thank
point
you.
out, we did discuss that earlier, maybe on the very first one. And I want
Absolutely.
to avoid having to repeat over and over the same topic. So go ahead, Pam.
I agree on breaks. We don't want breaks because, and even GCCF does not want a break. But a stop is a change of direction. It's not a break. And to put it, as I said, I'm trying to keep things going here because Region 9 used to, I don't know how this year's going to end up, used to provide more registrations than any other region. And I've been trying to build upon that. But that's why I am so concerned about drastic changes in going from penalized to disqualify on a stop. Break, I agree with. But on a stop, it's not a break. It doesn't indentate whatsoever. And as for problems in Europe, Lufthansa decided it will not allow Brits in cargo. Well, none of my cats go in cargo, and I don't have anything like this. We are being very, very careful. In fact, the long hair Brit is now overtaking the Persian in several countries because it is less extreme. And offline, Ginger, Rachel and I can tell you about some comments made at the World Cat Congress where assumptions were made that were not correct.
Okay, Mary Lee.
I was just thinking at this point, this is a little bit of a late discussion and kind of a moot point because of all the things voted on by the Breed Council, the British Shorthair Breed Council, this one did not seem to really be in much of contention. It got voted for pretty squarely. So this is clearly where this Breed Council wants to go. There's other things that didn't pass or that are much closer than this one. So so far as I'm concerned, the Breed Council is the the defining, they define what we're to look for as judges in their breed and where they want their breed to go. And the Breed Council voted on this, and very clearly this is where they want their breed to go. So do they have to look like GCCF British? Do they have to look like FIFA British? No, they don't. The CFA Breed Council has the power to do what they want and to define where they want their breed to go. So, and that's how I feel about it from that.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote on this. If you're in favor, raise your hand. Daryl, Marilee, Carol, Kenny, Ann, Holly, Kathy, Carissa, Janet, Vicky, Dorianne, Aki, Russell, John, and Howard. Okay, lower your hand. If you're opposed, raise your hand. Pam, lower your hand. If you're an abstention, raise your hand. No abstentions. Rachel, I don't think I got you the first time around.
You did not, and I was going to mention that before I called the vote.
Okay,
I'm a yes, that's 16 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions.
okay. Motion passes. Annette, number 8.
Number 8 moves undesirable code descriptions from disqualify to penalize. So currently you're to disqualify for a long or fluffy coat, and that has struck out, and penalize will now include overlong or fluffy coat.
Okay. All right. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Number 9.
Okay.
There's that word again.
Yeah. Number 9 revises the penalized section to include additional items. It's adding to penalize foreshortened legs, over prominent chin, or a foreshortened head in profile, as well as soft coat that lacks resiliency. So basically that's describing what a soft coat is.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Number 10.
All right. 10 proposes to revise the disqualify section further. To disqualify for eyes set on a bias, any tail defects, droopy whisker pads, malocclusion or foreshortened head structure that results in narrowed nares, any evidence of the Corin gene or evidence of dominant blue eye.
Okay. Discussion? Any objections? Pam, do you want to say something?
I was asking the Corin gene. Are you talking about the white paws, Ginger?
Yes, white across the toes, white on the chest, and sometimes they have some white on the face. not to be confused with the cream and white bicolor. I am told by multiple judges that it's very easy to recognize the Corin gene because of the limited presence of white, and it may not be a true stark white, it may be an off-white.
Because Leslie has found no health problems with the Corin gene. I was.
No. When I communicated with Leslie, she said it's very much involved in cardiovascular issues like hypertension and an increased propensity to stroke.
Then that must be very, very new from the last time I met with her in Helsinki. Okay.
I don't know. I just know that she said it was involved with cardiovascular problems, and we don't want those.
No, I can't blame you. Okay, the corn, you answered my question on the corn.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objections? Okay, I have to call the vote. There's an objection. John, lower your hand. Okay, if you're in favor, raise your hand.
Mine was not an objection, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, lower your hands. Let me just go through this again. John, why did you raise your hand? John?
I keep on hitting it by accident, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, right.
Come on.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Number 11.
Number 11, change the color class headings and subheadings to the following and allow central office some leeway to work with the Breed Council Secretary on the format and the order of the colors and patterns, as well as punctuation, capitalization, and grammar. Any changes will have final approval of the BCS. And if I can just ad lib a little bit here, the Breed Council Secretary promises that considering when standards need to be revised, that this is an important thing to address immediately.
Okay, discussion? Any objections? Motion passes unanimously. That was number 11, right?
Yes.
Right. Hang on, Annette. I'm just looking to see how many more we have with this breed.
We have 3.
Just 3?
The others didn't pass.
Oh, great. Then we'll finish these 3, then we'll go to a break.
All right.
All right, number 12.
Number 12, update the color description for blue. Changing light to medium blue, lighter shade preferred to any sound shade of blue.
Okay, discussion? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Uh,
13, right?
13, insert color descriptions and patterns for already accepted colors that were not previously described. Group all tabby and white color descriptions with the bicolor descriptions. Delete the existing descriptions of all patch tabby and white. This is complicated, but this is part of working with central office to get this organized.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
14.
14, move colors currently listed as AOV to championship status, and if passed, move colors to the appropriate place in the existing British Shorthair colors and address the color classes. And this would be moving, chocolate and lilac and their associated patterns, and as described, to championship from AOV.
Okay. Discussion? Any objections? Motion passes unanimously.
That is the end of the British Shorthair,
That is the end.
of the British Shorthair.
Great. Ginger, thank you very much.
You're more
And-
than welcome.
Okay, and we're
And
gonna,
thank you to Annette for her help, and be assured those changes will be expediently accomplished.
Okay.
wonderful, thank you. All right, it is, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 3:05. Let's return at 3:15. Okay, we are back from break. Annette, Devin Rex, correct?
Well, what about Burmese?
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
You're jumping ahead.
I didn't mean to. You're right. Too many pages. Burmese. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a change to the registration rules for the Burmese to their outcross policy, and I have no idea what this is. Hold on. Oh, it's removing the requirement that if there's a Bombay parent, that it previously it had to be color tested to not carry cinnamon, and they're removing that requirement.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Any objections? Okay, seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, it is Mary. Can Mary Kolensek be let in as a?
Yes, I will. She is in the audience. I'll bring her in.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. I don't have a picture, but I can talk. Is
Okay.
it okay to go ahead?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief. We just have one item this year. I was asked about a pedigree from another association that designates a cat as a long hair carrier and whether or not the cat could be imported. Some associations have these designations for carried recessives. And when I looked at our registration rules and I consulted with Monique about this, it was not clear to me that our rules of registration cover what to do with such a pedigree. So this proposal is to just clarify that the import pedigrees must be clear of any indication of long hair or long hair carrier within our 2 generations. However, the second thing that it does is allow a cat with such a pedigree to be imported with DNA testing showing the cat doesn't carry long hair. So this parallels existing language in the British short hair rules. And I'm hoping this is a first step for us because there are other recessive designations with some associations that we might want to consider allowing with DNA testing. So you might be hearing from us again on this next year.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Does anybody have any comments or questions for Mary? Are there any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody,
Mary.
and have a good afternoon.
You do the same. Okay, Annette.
Okay, next we have the Devon Rex. I don't know if Linda Peterson is on or not.
She is not.
Okay, I don't think she thought there would be many questions, but if there are, I will try to answer them. The first standard change is to remove the use of the terms platinum, champagne, lilac, natural, and sable from the entirety of the Devon Rex breed standard, as well as any associated editing, housekeeping that would entail throughout the pointed, mink, and sepia section. The term lavender would no longer need to be defined, as it would apply to all categories. So there's no more lavender, there's lilac.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Number 2, update the description for the pointed pattern to include eye color and sepia. The word sepia, not the eye color sepia. I got a little confused there. And it's according to them, it's housekeeping. It appears to be such. They're just updating the eye color.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Number 3, update the description for the mink pattern to place the word tabby after mink and add silver to the color examples. So instead of calling something natural tabby mink, it's natural mink tabby.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Number 4, update the description for the sepia pattern to add blue, green to eye color description and add silver to the color examples.
Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
And number 5 is to allow central office to make changes to capitalization, punctuation, and grammar. Example, words following a colon should not be capitalized. And there's what's shown there isn't just an example of that. So it should say penalized colon and then small h heads. This is something a number of the breed councils have been putting on there to not have to put every little minor grammar or capitalization change on their ballot. So if the breed council agrees to this, then central office can note that, perhaps in the registration or someplace they can find it, and then go directly to the breed council secretary if they need to make some changes like that.
Discussion? Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. So Annette, before you go on to the exotic, is the intent for all the breed councils to present that motion to the board?
No, I mean, we've talked about it at, for a couple of years at the meeting with the breed council secretaries and the board and on discussions online. And there really aren't too many standards, according to Eileen, that need some of this done. But the idea was, and this goes back to an August board meeting several years ago, when it appeared that there was a lot of this minute little stuff being done on proposals, when it seemed like it didn't actually change the standard. And that's the key. Now, so there's a few breed councils that just said, look, we're okay with it. We trust our breed council secretary to know. And breed council secretaries agreed to run it by their members if they feel it's necessary. So basically we just kind of move forward with it. And if they wanted to put it on, they put it on.
Okay.
We could take a look and see how many didn't put it on and see if we, it's kind of up to central office. Is this going to help them or not?
Okay, I raised the question because I think this has come up twice, a couple times on this exact same thing.
Yes. So I told them if they wanted to do it, they needed to get their breed council members agreement that it should be done.
Okay.
But if they agree, then this could be, an easy, some of these things could be an easy fix.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the exotic. Is Lynn with us?
She is here. I see if she'll come in. Yep, she's in.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Lynn, we can hear you. Welcome to
Hi.
the meeting.
Oh, okay, so Lynn, do you want me to read the proposals?
Yes, please.
Okay. First proposal is changes the section under nose to add open nostrils to the description. So the nose will say short, snub, and broad with open nostrils and a break centered between the eyes. And the new words are open nostrils and a.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions for Lynn or Annette? Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, number 2, change the current standard under disqualify to add the description, to add break level with or higher than the top of the eye. So the disqualify list would now include to disqualify for a break that is level with or higher than the top of the eyes. I want you all to get a picture of an exotic head in your mind, the top of the eyes. If a break is level with that or higher, it's to be disqualified.
Yes, vertically.
Yes.
I think a lot of people get confused when they see the description. I know new people too, and they think horizontally only. They're not thinking vertically. And when I point that out, they're like, "Oh, now I get it." So I was wondering if we should add that too, maybe in the future. But
I think people know what it means.
yeah, you'd be surprised. But okay.
Okay, comments or questions? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
And if you don't mind, I'll just add right in here since Lynn brought that up. You know, these things that pass that might be, you know, what does this really mean when you're looking at it? If you have some pictures, you could put in a little, 2-slide PowerPoint. I'm sure the judging program committee would be happy to share that so that it would explain what some of these new things mean.
Yeah.
Okay, number 3. Proposed add a color class for silver, tabby, and white in the calico and bicolor division. So this would break out silver, tabby, and white from other tabby and white colors and put it in a separate color class.
Comments or questions? Objections? Seeing no objections, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Oops. Sorry, I ran past it. All right. Number 4 adds the color description for silver, tabby, and white to the standard and adjusts the other tabby and white descriptions accordingly.
Comments or questions? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Number 5 breaks out the color class for blue, tabby, and white and makes it a separate color class.
Discussion? Objections? No objection, motion passes unanimously.
And number 6 breaks out the color description for blue, tabby, and white.
Discussion? Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
Number 7 breaks out the color class for cream, tabby, and white.
Discussion? Any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
And number 8 adds the color description for cream, tabby, and white.
Discussion? Objections? No objection, motion passes unanimously.
Number 9 adds a color class for brown patch, tabby, and white.
Discussion? Objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously.
And number 10 adds the color description for brown patch, tabby, and white.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Number 11 adds a color class for blue patch tabby and white.
Discussion? Objections? Motion passes unanimously.
Number 12 adds the color description for blue patch tabby and white.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Number 13 asks to rename the color description in the standard to other patch tabby and white instead of patch tabby and white.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
And number 14 looks complicated, but it's actually is a nice thing to do. It condenses the pattern description for calico and bicolor and removes the redundant sentences from all of the individual color calico and bicolor descriptions. So it makes it much more concise.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Done.
Done. Lynn, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Annette, continue.
Okay, is Leanne on?
She is not on. No.
She said she was going to try to be, but perhaps she could not be. All right, Havana Brown coming up. The first proposal removes the words red and mahogany from the color description. And to save my voice, you can see it, I'm not going to read it to you.
Okay. Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Okay, number 2, clarify the coat description to add the word lustrous.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Number 3, clarify the head description by adding the wording forehead should be visibly evident without protruding.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
And number 4, allow central office to recommend minor changes in capitalization, punctuation, grammar, and formatting with pre-council secretary approval.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Okay, the next breed is La Perm. I don't know if Dennis is on, but this is pretty straightforward.
Okay, Annette.
Okay, so the La Perm Breed Council asked to extend the domestic outcross, which currently was going to end in the end of 2025, and being proactive, they've asked to extend it to 2035.
Kathy, you got a comment? Okay. Objections? Passes unanimously.
Okay.
Is Elaine available?
Okay, this is a typo. Elaine McGee is not the current Breed Council secretary. She's the newly elected Breed Council secretary.
Okay.
I think we have Bethany Kalila on though.
She
Okay.
is. I can bring her in.
Okay.
Can you note that, Rachel?
Yeah.
I didn't catch it on the first read through.
I think that was the same on the British short hair. I think Kathy Dunham was listed.
Oh, yeah, and it's Ginger Maker.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll make a note of it.
Bethany is with us.
Hi, Bethany.
Bethany's on mute.
Okay, hello.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, Annette.
Okay, I'll read the proposals. The first, sorry, the first Maine Coon proposal. What?
Would you like me to do it so you can spare your voice?
Not if you're driving, I'll do it.
Okay.
The first Maine Coon proposal is to clearly define kink tail in the disqualifies section of the standard. So they're defining kink tail as a change of direction.
Okay, Bethany, I think you know the routine. If somebody has a question or comment, I'll call on you. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go right to the vote, okay?
No problem.
All right, discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Number 2 proposes to add abnormal tail to the disqualifies section of the standard. So it would read kinked, and then since we just passed that, would say kinked and change of direction or abnormal tail.
Okay, discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Okay, number 3 clarifies that pattern cats with white that don't have white on one or more of the required areas should be penalized. So adding to penalize all colors and patterns with white, which do not have the required areas of white, bib, belly, for white paws.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
That's it.
That was it?
That's it for Maine Coons.
Okay,
That's-
Bethany,
Thank you. Have a great day.
thank you. Okay.
Norwegian forest cat, I don't know. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. They're adding calico smoke and dilute calico smoke color descriptions.
Okay, discussion?
Oh, here she is.
Okay, bring her in. Hi, Brooke. Welcome to the meeting. Hopefully she heard me. Okay, on number 1, is there any discussion? Is there any objections? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and number 2 permits central office and debris council secretary to make changes in the standard relating to capitalization, punctuation, grammar, and format, including reordering of color descriptions and adding subheadings to colors and patterns. Any changes would be approved by the debris council secretary.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Okay, then there's several, there's a general Persian ballot, and then there were several divisional ballots also, so.
All right, hang on 1 second, Annette. Brooke, thank you for joining, and I'm sorry we didn't need to hear from you, but thank you for being available.
Okay. So Persian general, and Carissa will handle all of these. She's a debris council secretary for Persians.
I'm
Okay.
hoping my sound works. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. All right. The first thing is we are adding to our nose description. Nostrils or nares sufficiently open to allow the cat to breathe without restriction. A lot of people thought this was already in our standard, and it was not. And it passed by a pretty wide margin.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Second one goes to our disqualify section. We are adding nose leather that is above the top line of the fully opened eye. Got a lot of input from my Bree Council about this one, and I took their suggestions, and again, passed by a wide margin.
Discussion? Objections? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next one is in the calico and bicolor division. This was housekeeping that I did not have last year. We took out some colors and there are classes for this, the brown tabby and white and the blue patch tabby and white. So this just says that they are no longer in the other patch tabby and white division. Again, large margin, it passed.
So you're on the
Skipped one.
Calico. You skipped one.
Oh,
You
did I
skipped
skip one?
Yeah, you skipped number 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the one that has to do with the punctuation grammar that we've gone on over for several other breed councils. I don't think I need to read it all.
Okay. Discussion. Objections. Passes unanimously. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and do the Calico.
Okay, so now calico and bicolor, again, this just takes out the colors that we, from the other patch tabby and white class that we put into their own color class last year. That is brown patch tabby and white and blue patch tabby and white.
Okay. Discussion. Objections. Passes unanimously.
Second one is housekeeping for the show rule, takes them out of the color description for the other patch tabby and white class.
Okay. Discussion. Objections. Passes unanimously.
Again, another housekeeping, we made separate color classes for silver tabby and white, blue tabby and white, and cream tabby and white. So we are pulling them out of the other tabby and white color description.
Okay. Discussion. Objections. Passes unanimously.
Moving on to the Himalayan division. I did something that I had done for a couple of the other divisions, all 16 colors, described the eye color, and also had the same disqualify. So I took that sentence, stuck it at the beginning, and I'm just trying to shorten and simplify the standard.
Discussion.
Sorry.
Objections. Passes unanimously.
And I think this is the last one, silver and golden. Again, this was kind of a cleaning up the standard. Silver and golden had the same thing 8 times in their division, describing their eye color and also what to disqualify for. So we put it at the beginning of the division to just make things a little tidier.
Okay. Discussion. Objection. Passes unanimously.
Thank you to the board.
Thank you, Carissa. Annette, is Marilee going to do Scottish Fold?
She can, yes, but I would like to point out that these were just information only. So it was a poll of her breed council members about adding some requirements to the rules.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. Marilee, do you have anything you want to add?
No. So this is information only this year. Given that it passed, I think we're going to be trying to put this in as registration requirements for next year, just so you can see and understand, and it'll take you a year, I guess, to digest this. Because, basically this may very well limit the number of Scottish Folds registered, because we're going to require microchip and DNA testing. And also require some training for people who want to breed this breed. So it's a lot. It'll be a lot of work for the breed council secretary, both myself and whoever would take over for me going forward. But if you know anything about this breed, and if you know anything about this gene, we have to address these issues going forward. And I see no other way to do it other than with DNA, scientific testing, and education. So, for information going forward, it may affect how many cats we have registered. I know that is our bottom line, but it's better than having no Scottish Folds registered, which is kind of the way it's going. So, just wanted to throw that out there for the future.
Okay, thank you, Marilee. Okay, Annette?
Yeah, Marilee, I was wondering, did you ever get a list of how many Scottish Folds are registered for breeding in a year or 6 months, or do we have a count of how many cats would fall into this requirement?
No, I just had the numbers for like overall numbers, which are in the thousands, obviously, but I didn't get any numbers for like the last year, say.
Yeah, I think we should
Mm.
see what kind of numbers you're talking about. It would just be information that would be probably,
kind of interesting.
well, it certainly give
Um,
you an idea of what you're in for.
Right. And this, I mean, this education would be by breeder. It wouldn't be by each cat, obviously. So once a
Right.
breeder was trained, that's it. So we don't have that many breeders. But anyway, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to work out a process on how you would work with central office. That's, yeah. Okay.
Okay, Daryl?
I think this is something the Manx breed should also consider.
Okay. Annette, moving forward, Cindy Hill, I can see she's been added.
She is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to read them, Cindy, since we're almost?
Hang on one second. Pam?
Just through the chair to Daryl, I have talked with the Manx Breed Council Secretary and several of the Manx breeders over here in Europe, and they are considering a study on the 4 different Manx genes. So they don't know which one is best or the opposite, but it is being considered.
Thank you, Pam. Hi, Cindy, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Annette, you can read, that's fine.
Okay. The first proposal changes the penalized section of the standard regarding wrinkling and head structure. It adds to penalize for excessive wrinkles that distort the appearance of the head and or eye structure and shape. And it also adds penalize for head shapes that are wider than long.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions for Cindy? Any objections? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and oops, I lost it. Number 2, change the disqualify section of the standard regarding structural abnormalities. To add to disqualify, it removes the word structural abnormalities and then clarifies what that means. So it says disqualified for the appearance of any form of structural abnormalities, including but not limited to curled ears, folded ears, any form of shortened tail lengths, and or tail structural change, short legs, achondroplasia, and polydactyly.
Okay, Pam?
Cindy, I don't know how you could possibly reword this, but curled ears are not structural abnormalities, and actually folded ears are not abnormal to a Scottish fold. We do know that with the fold there may be other questions, but and I know what you don't want and everything. It just comes across as this is abnormal when it's a very normal appearance of this curled ear and without health problems.
Well, and I get what you're saying, but keep in mind this is just for the Sphinx breed. Here's what we're running into and what we're seeing with all of these crazy mutations that are out there is, you have breeders of these cats who are selling these cats as breeding cats to individuals who think they're buying a Sphinx. They think this is a Sphinx. Then they come and they want to get involved in CFA or TICA or whatever, and then they submit a pedigree and it's got an American curl in there. It's got, it's the cat's got an abnormality that disqualifies it, and their argument is, well, we didn't know that these aren't considered Sphinx traits because it's not clearly defined in our standard. So I'm all for wording this however it is clear. We just want to make sure that when people are going online and they're reading the Sphinx standard per CFA, that they understand that a naked cat with curled ears or a naked cat with folded ears or a naked cat with short legs is not by definition of CFA a Sphynx. Because
Oh.
that's what we're running into.
Understand you perfectly. Okay. Just understand that you might hear from Susan Baxter saying, by the by, this is not abnormal for us.
Right, and I think anybody who reads this is going to understand, especially with all of the education that's going on out there about what's happening to our breed with these, crazy, wacky breeds that are coming up every year and month, it seems. I think they're going to understand that we're just trying to make it clear to the public that a cat that is naked, that exhibits one of those traits, is not a Sphynx by definition.
Okay, any further discussion? Are there any objections? Seeing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Annette, do we have anything else for
No,
Sphynx?
I'm done.
Okay.
Oh,
Cindy,
no, I'm done with that, but I have a
done with
couple.
that, okay.
I have a
Cindy,
couple of
thank
other
you.
actions.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay, now we're going back to the beginning, right, Annette?
Back to the beginning, yes.
Okay, I gotta get my sheets out.
Ooh, I should have wrote the page number down.
I've got it right here. Oh, it's page
Maybe
51.
51.
51. There we go, 52.
Okay, thank you.
Really?
Right around there.
Annette, before you start, Howard's got his hand up, so I'm gonna call on Howard. Howard?
Oh, mine's not up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Annette.
Should go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my second action item is to ask the board to direct central office to notify Breed Council secretaries with a list of member status at May 1 and after August 1. I'm sorry, after July 1. So Breed Council secretaries can follow up and encourage membership, as well as notice when a new member joins after August 1st and before May 1st. These next proposals are a result from a lot of input from Breed Council secretaries. And while it kind of sounds mean to say direct central office, we've brought this up several times and nothing ever seems to get done with it. We would like to encourage Breed Council members to re-up and to join the Breed Council. And we would, as Breed Council secretaries, like to welcome them. And so right now, if we want a list of our Breed Council members and their contact information, their email addresses, we can contact central office and ask for it. But wouldn't it be just easier if central office could give us, every Breed Council secretary, a list of their members and their email address? So we could do that. And then when a new member joins after August 1st and before the next May 1st, if central office could have an email go to the new member welcoming them and CC the Breed Council secretary, that would work. So how many times this is done? We'd like it to be done at least once. The current, who's current as of May 1st and what's their contact information, and let us contact them.
Okay, Pam?
May 1st might be a little hard with all of the scoring and getting ready for regional and the annual meeting and national awards. We do our best to try to avoid anything around the 1st of May through actually to avoid the month of May.
Okay, and that?
Well, then they could do it now, not send it now, but kind of pretty much, we do have members joining throughout the year, but the people who are the Breed Council members now will probably be the Breed Council members May 1st. If I say do it July 1st, then it's going to be, well, it's right after the annual. I mean, there's always going to be it's difficult. I know that time of year. But if we could get a list in time to remind our members, it would really be helpful.
Okay, Eileen?
We send out reminder notice the very end of April, beginning of May, because the membership year is still basically May 1st to August. That's what everybody's used to. So for us to send out the list May, you're going to get the entire list practically. And I don't think Bree councils want to do that. I would suggest that you give the Bree Council members a bit of time to renew. So maybe the date is, I don't know, the end of May or by June 1st or something like that. That way, we will have had a month of adding Bree Council members. As far as the timing, the person who would be working on this is not working on year-end stuff, doesn't score shows or anything like that. So I appreciate Pam making that comment, because it is a crazy time for some of us, but it won't be for the person who is going to be doing Bree Council. But the main reason to wait would be let people have the opportunity to join after we send out renewals. We automatically do that every year.
So Eileen, you don't have any issues with number 2 from central office?
No, just the timing was a little bit weird, but no, I don't have any issue with it.
Okay, Annette?
I think July would be actually better. July 1st, that gives people a month to contact people who have not renewed. But people do want a list of all of their members and their email addresses. I mean, I have to hunt all these people down because many of us communicate with them. And so that's why it says before May 1st and then after August 1st. So we then know who is a member.
And we can do that. I mean, it's easier if not everybody wants the list. I'm not sure that everybody rallies the troops and reaches out. So if you want us to just send a list out July 1st, one list, it's 45 individual lists that we have to send out. So it's not just something, push the button and it all gets sent. Somebody has to sit there and produce the list, attach them, send all the emails out. So it's a bit time consuming. It's doable, but does take time. So if we do it more than once, then there's that much more, especially if we're doing it for every Bree Council, not just those that requested. So if we can do whichever you'd like, whatever makes sense. I just would say not May 1st.
Okay, I'm fine with not May 1st. I'm good with July 1st.
Okay, that's good. And we'll do it on July 1st.
Okay, and
so what on here are we changing?
I'm sorry?
What is being changed on the proposed number 2? Are you changing dates?
Cross out at May 1st and after August 1st and put at July 1st.
Are you doing that, Eileen?
I'm doing that. And we can send the Bree Council secretaries if you'll supply the letter that you want to go out to new members, and by new members, I'm assuming you mean brand new members, not somebody who renews by rapid renewal. That would be a big job, but if it's just for new applicants, we can certainly do that. It would be a manual process.
Okay, yeah. Eileen, can you correct it on our screen so we know what we're voting on?
Sure. Okay.
Is that all we have to change? We don't have to change the other 2 dates? Is that fine? Annette?
I don't, hang on. Yeah, take out after.
Go ahead, Eileen.
When you say as well as a notice when a new member joins after August 1st and before May 1st, what about those people that join between May and August? You mean for any new member who joins?
Okay. I mean, between August 1st and the subsequent May 1st. So just after August 1st. Take off and before May 1st. There you go.
Okay, I'm just one. All right, so you don't want anybody that joins in like June 1st?
Well, they'll be on the list, right?
Okay, but you won't know that they're new. We'll talk, we'll figure it
Okay.
out.
All right.
I know what you want to achieve, we'll figure it out.
All right.
So is that August 1st?
How about we just say when a new member joins?
Mm-hmm.
How's that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll, we'll get together.
Daryl and Rachel, do you agree with the changes?
Yes.
Rachel? Is Rachel still there?
She's,
Daryl has the standing motion. He's a standing motion on all the action item. Rachel's a standing second. Ed, what do I need to do? Rachel's not here.
You can just get another second.
What did you just say?
Request someone else to second the motion.
Okay, Mary Lee, are you seconding the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Any objections? Pam, are you going to discuss or object?
I was just going to let you know, Rachel is here.
Where is she? So I did receive a text message from Rachel and she does agree she is a second.
Yes, I was here
Thank
the
you.
whole time, but I didn't have any buttons, so.
Okay. We didn't have you on the screen for some reason.
Well, I
All
was.
right, so you agreed to the change.
I do, to number 2.
Okay, great. I'm gonna call, any objections? Okay, seeing no objection, number 2 passes unanimously. Okay, and that number 3,
Number 3 would be to have central office make the CFA Breed Council and Breed Committee application forms, actual online forms. We have a lot of difficulty getting people to join the Breed Council and Breed committees that are overseas. And the only way they can join is to either print the form and fill it out and email it, but they don't know who to email it to, and they don't know how to pay. If it could be easier for people in non-US countries to join, and if it was an online form, it would actually be easy for people in every country to join the Breed Council. I think it would benefit us all.
Aline or James, is there any issues or concerns with that request?
I think what, we can make a fillable PDF. However, that's still something that somebody has to fill in, save, email. Our only other option, and James may address this too, is to have a web form. So we'd have to create a web form. There would be a bit of a cost involved with that, and that might be what James is going to speak to.
Can't you do a Google Doc? James?
No,
okay.
Probably the thing we could do, if anybody's familiar with the registration via pedigree form, that is a web form. The nice thing about that is when it gets filled out and submitted by a person, it goes directly into our digital workflow for work. So a Breed Council application form would be just absolutely perfect for this case, because the person would fill it out, click submit, and it would be routed directly to the person who is handling Breed Council. So yeah, that would be the way to do it.
So how long will it take you to make this available?
I would probably, this is what the cost would involve the company that we contract with for what's called FileBound, our digital filing system. They would create the form. Trying to think what they charged us when we did registration via pedigree.
It was like $500.
Yeah, I want to say about $500.
I would be happy to pay it out of my pocket.
We accept.
Okay.
Marissa, Carissa,
I was gonna say, as a Bree Council Secretary, I'm sure you could ask all the Bree Council Secretaries and we would all pay money to have this done. I spend an inordinate amount of time trying to help people fill out the forms because it is so difficult. And I think this would be, I think we'd get a lot more Bree Council members if they could do just a web form.
okay, Kathy,
Don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to this at all. I'm just gonna say whether it's 500 or 550 or 600, put it in your budget and identify it.
okay,
James.
Daryl and Rachel, what do you want to do with the motion? Do you want to make it not to exceed $500, or what do you want to do?
Rich?
Kathy,
Yeah, I'm not saying that because I actually think I don't know who does anything for $500, but just identify it so that when we have the discussion about the budget and we know what it is, and it definitely sounds like it's necessary and it'll be very helpful and it may pay for itself, but just budget it.
okay,
You know, go out and get what the number is and put it in the budget.
okay. Rachel, did you have a comment?
That was what I was going to say is we have a procedure and Kathy's willing to, do her part in it and it should go in this budget.
Okay,
But James knows what the board's expectation is, I think, by the discussion.
all right. Are there any objections to this motion? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Annette, number 4.
Number 4 is to ask central office to establish a reminder similar to the current one regarding expiration of ePoint subscription on ECAT regarding expiration of Bree Council membership. I know that a reminder is sent out, and I know that people try to remind their Bree Council members, and now hopefully we'll have an easy way to follow up with them. But one of the Bree Council secretaries mentioned actually having that pop up on ePoint saying, have you renewed your Bree Council membership? It's due, and it doesn't even have to be only for those who are expiring, just a little pop-up reminder. Now, I realize there could be a big, I don't know what the cost is for something like this, but I think we should consider this.
James?
A lot of questions on that. The biggest problem is there is no correlation between ECAT account and a person's Bree Council membership. So we'd have to do a lot of work to establish that type of a relationship to know to put a reminder.
Okay, Annette?
Okay, so I'm confused. I thought on ECATs is a list of Bree Council members. It's there on the.
Yeah, that's just a list of Bree Council members, but there's no relationship to, Mary Smith. We don't know that Mary Smith Bree Council member is Mary Smith ECAP account holder.
Ah.
I mean, we could try to match up some stuff based on email addresses. It gets a little.
Okay.
A little janky.
Well, then maybe it should say, are you a Bree Council member? Have you renewed? Okay, if there's no, I just got confused. I thought since, well, there's the Bree Council members, so there must be a way to do this. I will withdraw this.
Daryl and Rachel, you agree?
Fine by me.
Rachel?
I agree.
Thank you. Moving on to number 5.
And number 5, I am also going to withdraw because apparently there will be, this would be time consuming and cost prohibitive.
Okay.
And then I'm done.
Well, thank you very much, Annette.
You're welcome.
Sorry you had to do this on hoarse voice or sore throat or.
It's not sore, it just doesn't sound good.
Okay. Well, thank you to
You're
you and
welcome.
your committee. All right, let's move on. Rachel, do we have unfinished business? Is that where we're going?
Yes. Let me be sure here.
Okay, what do we have for unfinished business?
All right, let me just get us there to number 16. Right. That would actually be in my notes, because we have no unfinished business. We are looking for a list of show producing clubs who resigned. That's just bringing that up as a note because it's on my
I
things
have,
to bring up today. Other than that, we have no unfinished business
Okay,
for today.
none. All right. And then the next is other committees. Do we have anything on other? Yes, we do.
We do.
That's you.
That's me.
Point of order.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Daryl.
I think Aline said she had the show producing clubs.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Aline, you have it?
Yes, James did the research for us, and there were 5, I think there was 5 Region 2. But, well, first, none of these clubs have had a show since 2018, 2019. You know, so they're not what we'd call show producing clubs. The clubs in Region 2, the Terry was the same person. In Region 4, 3 of the clubs were the same club secretary, 1 was different. And in Region 3, they were mixed as far as the club secretary.
Okay.
And I think it was mentioned that when we raise the dues that we may see clubs resigning, which we would consider non-active clubs because now it was too expensive to maintain those memberships. So I think we're seeing what we thought may happen with some clubs.
Okay. Anybody have any additional comments or questions? Rachel?
Well, several of the Michigan clubs were holdovers from the vault of mid-Michigan, and that club has been retired for a number of years now. So unfortunately, one of the clubs put on a show in conjunction with a currently in good standing Michigan club. I'm just sorry to see them go. It's a missed opportunity.
Okay. All right. No other unfinished business. We'll move on to other committees, which is Rachel. Aline, thank you.
Mike.
Okay, this is a proposal from a California club that wishes to do something similar to what we've done in Region 9. They want to have a small entry show limited to 140 cats with the 4 all breed rings in the morning and the rest of the rings in the afternoon from 1:30 to 6:30. This allows the club to rent a reasonably priced show hall, which in Southern California is very rare. The club feels that this will help promote CFA and offer to the exhibitors in that area a nice little show to go to.
Okay. That's
So
your motion.
Yeah. And their motion is to grant an exception to show rules 4.06 and 9.04 to allow Poppy State to have 8 judging rings in one day with ring splitting, which is 1 ring in the morning and 1 ring in the afternoon, with an entry limit of 140 for their show in December 2025. I had a discussion with the club and expressed my concern about their lineup and wanted to make sure they were mindful of having judges that are known to be able to get through a schedule and not lollygag. And the club understands this and is very excited about the possibility of trying this out.
Kathy?
I would like to second that motion.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Kathy.
Pam?
Does anybody else have a concern about cats being handled actually a minimum of 8 times a day? Not counting finals?
Vicky?
I do have a concern with how many times the cats would be handled and whether or not you would be able to get 140 cats up in the morning and also up in the afternoon. That would just be very, very difficult. And a costume contest in the middle.
Rachel?
I want to say some of these same objections, while I understand the concerns, were brought up when the 1-day 6-ring show format was introduced. And then when we expanded that to a 6x6, the same objections were brought up. And the response has always been, if your cat is not going the distance, the owners have the option of pulling their cat. They can show just in the morning, just in the afternoon, whatever they like.
Marilee?
Rachel, do we know, are these 8 rings going to be all breed rings, or would they be specialty rings? Or we may have to, I would feel better if they were all breed rings. That's fewer finals. It, takes less time to do that. But we would have to make another show rule exception, I think.
Okay, Howard?
Yeah, I think it's worth trying out. I think we should start looking at shows and different formats that might work better or work differently than we've done. I think it's a good idea to maybe experiment a little bit and see how it goes. My opinion.
Dorianne?
Okay. I would consider it with the advisement of not having any cats pulled out during the finals. That will help with the handling and make things move quicker as well.
Daryl?
I agree with what Howard and what Dorianne just said. The cats probably should not be presented during the finals. That will decrease the handling in this experimental format. But if we don't try new things, how do we know whether they'll work or not? So I'm in full support of this.
Marissa?
I think the new idea is definitely worth looking into. My only concern is if they actually get 140 cats. I've been to quite a few shows recently that have had far less than 140. And yes, I know the judges were probably intentionally going slow, but I'm concerned about pushing judges to do 140 in half a day and then having to turn around and do another 140 with another set of judges. My questions would be, do they have a contingency plan if their morning judges do not finish on time? And I mean, I'll probably vote in favor of this and hope they don't have problems, but my recommendation was that they would reconsider their 140 limit, consider maybe 120. And then and let us know what the contingency plan is if they don't finish at the time they expected.
Rachel?
In answer to Mary Lee's question, the show format was in the proposal, 7 all breed, 1 specialty. The club was willing to lower their entry limit if that is a point of contention.
Kathy?
I'm going to support this. I think that, and it's been said, so I won't belabor the issue, but we have to be willing to try new things. We have a club that's willing to do this. And if there are issues, we'll learn and we will modify that moving forward. But I think it's really important that we try new ways of serving our constituents.
Ollie?
I'm very much in favor to split rings, but like Carissa said, I would like to see the entry limit be around 120. We have had a split rings with 100 cats, and judges can do that, but the day is going to be a longer. And another thing is that we should recommend that they have 16 cages, because when the entry limit is less than 150, they can do the show with the 12 kgs. That's all.
Carol?
Yeah, some of my comments were already made. I agree with Carissa and Paulie. I think I would be more apt to support this if the entry limit was lower. And I do like Paulie's idea of requiring 16 cages. I think that would help move things along.
Vicky?
I would be in agreement with Polly. If it was 16 cages and they reduced it to 120, then I would be in agreement with this.
Carol?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
Daryl?
Well, I was thinking 125 entry limit and 16 cages.
Marilee?
I'm still worried about that specialty ring. Can we get them to do all 8 all breed rings? I worry that one judge is going to be in a world of hurt. But
Vicky, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I think that you do have to have the specialty ring. Maybe have instead of one judge do specialty, maybe have one judge do championship specialty, another judge do kitten specialty, so that it breaks it up. But you do need to have the specialty ring. I do not. I think that an 8 all breed would just be eliminating the specialty altogether. This would
Dorianne?
become the norm instead of the exception.
Okay, Dorianne?
Are they planning to set up 4 rings or 5 rings? Because if you get an extra ring, then if something happens where a judge is getting way behind, you can move judges around a bit to try to take up the loss of time. And then, like I said, it's some kind of advisement about only having the best cat be taken out in the final. But that's all my suggestions.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple comments and some questions. I'm going to start with Rachel. Rachel, when we approved the X number of rings in the morning and X number of rings in the evening for that show, how many rings was it? Do you remember?
I would have to look that up.
Pam, do you know that answer? Pam? I can't see your hands because they're
6.
6. Thank
6,
you.
3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon.
Okay. So I'm trying to go from memory a little bit. As I recall, the board's position, not all board members, but some, was we were concerned that the cats were being handled too many times beyond the 6 rings. So the limit was 6 rings per day. And we have turned down requests for more than 6 rings being judged in one day. Are we concerned about that at all? And if we're not, then my question is, what if a club, if this is approved, what if a club just says, well, we want to do one-day 8-ring show and just do a one-day 8-ring show. Is this the beginning to moving to 7 rings and 8-ring one-day shows? So I just want to caution the board, are we ready for the next level? Because I can see the unintended consequences from this request. If we're willing to give a club, I don't care what the number is, whether it's 120 or it's 140 or it's 100, it's still 8 judgings plus whatever possible finals. So that's just a question to the board. Are we ready for that? Daryl?
Well, I think our competitor has more than 8 rings. So I'm not sure that it's a problem. And as someone stated prior, if your cat's getting tired or cranky, then don't show it in all rings. So I think the exhibitor has to take on a certain amount of responsibility when we try something new like this.
Okay, Rachel?
Well, this is to me, the very definition of what an experimental format is for. In order to give it a try, if the format doesn't work, if it crashes and burns, then we're not going to be as open-minded about trying it again, unless there are identifiable issues that can be corrected. So to prepare the board for additional requests like this, I think is putting the cart before the horse. This is the request. It's going to be the benchmark. Will the reviews of the format be favorable or will it not? So, it's an information gathering thing. And I think we have a duty to our constituents to give it a try and go forward with it.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Kenny?
I agree totally with Rachel. Let's let them give it a try, give us a full report. Let's see if they can start that show at 8:30 in the morning and be done by 5:30. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna vote in favor of this.
Okay. The motion is as it is on the screen.
Is
Pam?
Are we going to lower the entry limit or are we going to keep it at 140?
I haven't heard from Rachel or Kathy on being willing to lower it. Rachel?
I'd like to try with the motion that the club requested first, see how that goes.
Kathy, you agree? Kathy?
I do agree.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna try.
what about the 16 judging cages? That was not in the original motion, but it was discussed. Just take that out and go with the original?
That's what
motion?
Rachel and Kathy are saying. They
Okay.
want to go with the original.
Okay.
If you want it, if you don't approve with it, then object to my next question. Are there any objections?
Can I make a comment first? Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
I did want to point out that in the proposal, the show hours were 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. So.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna call the vote because I saw people raising their hand because they had objections. If you're in favor as it is written, raise your hand. Howard?
Oh.
Kathy? Russell? Marilee? Polly? Kenny? John? Rachel? And Ann. Lower your hand. Oh, Janet just raised her hand. Lower your hands. Okay, if you're opposed, raise your hand. Daryl, Carissa, Pam, Vicky, Carol, Aki, and Dorianne. Lower your hand. If you're an abstention, raise your hand. No abstentions. Rachel, when you're ready.
That's 10 yes, 7 no, 0 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, Rachel, you want to move on to number 2?
Got hands up, Rich.
Okay, I'm sorry, Pam.
Can we request the club consider using 16 cages?
Yeah.
That's the only reason I voted against.
Make a motion.
I just saying that we recommend that it's up to Rachel whether she wants to, I mean, she's going to pass on this. This is what we passed. All I'm saying is I'm suggesting that the club use 16 cages. I don't think we need a motion.
Kenny?
Yeah, do they have enough room to put 16 cages in each of these rings? I think that's a restriction. But I think that as a suggestion, I agree with you, Pam. I think that that would make things go much faster and smoother for the club.
Okay, are there any further comments on this? Dorian?
And then just as an advisement, if they can do it, if they can add an extra ring instead of 4 rings, make 5 rings so you have a backup ring, especially on the specialty. Just in a
Vicky?
I've actually been in that show hall. They don't have room for a 5th ring, I don't believe. And 33. I just don't think that they have the room for it. So
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Rachel, do you have anything further?
Not on that. There's a preservation committee report that was submitted late, so this is where I put it under other committees. They had no action items.
Okay. Any questions? All right. Rachel, thank you for that. Do we have old business, new business?
No old business, new business.
No new business either?
Correct.
Okay. Are we done? Ed? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. When the board at its December meeting passed the double mutation policy, there were a few inquiries afterwards about whether the board would entertain grandfathering household pets that were working towards multi-year awards. And I think the individuals were told that that would be discussed in February. Do it, nor do I know how you would do it to inform a judge that cat in front of them is grandfathered.
Okay. Kenny?
I see their point of view. You know, you're changing the rules midstream for these people who have committed themselves to reach a particular goal. Maybe we can come up with something that would identify these cats so that our judges wouldn't be throwing them out of the show hall via the show manager. So that's for others. Howard, why don't you take that on so we can get it to agreement?
Okay. So are we going to bring this back at the April meeting? Anybody? Daryl?
Yes.
So I think if you do something like this, you're going to open up a whole can of worms. It is not going to be pretty whichever way we go about it.
Vicky?
I think that, you know, any kind of way of identifying a particular cat to a judge just goes down a road of impropriety. I just don't think that there is a way to do it that doesn't create a aura of bias.
Mm-hmm.
Anne?
I'm confused. Why would we need to have these cats identified to us? Aren't we just going to find all the cats we're going to final? I assume this doesn't take effect till May, or does it take
Right.
effect immediately?
May.
May. So I guess I just don't understand why someone needs to explain that to me. And I did ask, I was approached yesterday at setup for our club, and I was approached by the woman that owns the polydactyl cat with the curly coat and the curly ears, and she's crying, you know, and she said, I really worked for this for 2 years. And I said, other than your cat, how many do you know of that are in the same predicament? And she said, as far as she knew, certainly in our area, there were no others.
If I can respond, and I think I believe she's in year 2 of a 3-year program. So technically, if that cat showed up on the judging bench in May, it should be removed for being
Okay, I thought we were doing it.
eligible for entry.
I thought we were discussing potentially giving these cats that have, or that cat, if it's the only one, that only had the 2 years, giving it the grant of distinction title because we can't judge it again next year.
That wasn't what was asked. I'm certain that is potentially a solution.
Okay.
But what was asked is, could we grandfather so that the cat could be shown next year without being?
Oh, yeah. Big old can of worms there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Pam?
Can we address these on a case-by-case basis and not try to come up with we're not talking about that many cats. And I think this is something that we can look at an individual level without talking about the person's name or the particular cat, but the situations in there, and not right now, but at a later meeting to where we have something in writing.
Daryl?
Well, I think we're changing the rules in the middle of the game on something like this. And so we got to come up with a solution. And if the solution is award the cat the grant of distinction in 2 show seasons, then to me, that's a viable option. It sure beats saying you're not going to ever get it.
Rachel?
I passed along to the board that email in which we responded that the topic of grandfathering household pets currently being shown will be considered by CFA's executive board at its February 2025 meeting. I think we told this exhibitor that we would do it and we have a duty to do it. Do we want to discuss this when we go into executive session, or shall we continue the discussion now?
Penny?
Without identifying this particular individual or cat, I would like to make a motion to award them at the end of the show season grant of distinction within the household pet category.
Pam, are you seconding Kenny's motion?
Not yet.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Daryl, are you seconding Kenny's motion?
I am.
Okay. Right. Pam?
I would like to see something in writing tomorrow if we're going to be discussing this and making a decision. Specifically, how far along is the cat in achieving these required finals for the grant of distinction? I mean, I know that they have to get X number of titles finals each season for 3 seasons. As I said, we need to look at this on a case-by-case basis. And if this is the one case we're going to be considering, then let's see how far along they are. I would not want to be awarding something that did not look like it was going to be successful in the second season.
Kathy?
I just wondered if, to our knowledge, is this the only cat that may be in this position? Or don't we know?
John?
She
It's the
seemed to
only
think
one I've
so.
seen so far. Why don't we wait till close to the end of the season if it meet all the eligibility to receive the award of granted distinction, then they get it. If it didn't meet all the requirements, then nothing can do about it.
Well, Kenny and Daryl can make that part of their motion. That could be included now, if they choose to do it, go in that direction. Rachel?
Just to answer a question that was asked, this was the only request that came forward.
Thank you. Daryl?
I believe the person has met the requirement, but I'm not 100% sure for the second year. That should be easy enough to find out. And if you want, we can make the motion contingent on completing the second year finals.
Agreed.
Right?
I agree with that, Daryl.
That's how you handle that.
Yeah.
Daryl, do you have any other comments?
No.
Kenny?
No.
All right, so I'm gonna ask Kenny, restate your motion.
Well, let me amend the motion completely.
Okay.
To allow the grant of distinction in the household pet category to be achieved within a 2-year period.
Oh,
Daryl?
But we need to add as long as the requirements have been met.
As long as the requirements have been met.
Thank you. Okay, Rachel?
The email requesting the reconsideration states that this show season will complete her second year of showing. I don't know if that helps in your deliberation of the motion, but so she's already completing year number 2.
Okay. Ed, I'm gonna call on you after I call on Vicky.
I just
What do
want to
you
make sure that we're only talking about this one particular situation and not that we're going to change the granted distinction to 2 years for household pets from now on.
Okay, Ed?
Yeah, the language that Kenny proposed sounded like it was going to change all cats. I might suggest that you do something like any household pet which is ineligible to be shown in beginning in the 2025-2026 show season, which has completed 2 years of qualifications for the household pet grant of distinction, will be awarded that award.
Moved, Kenny says.
Daryl?
Well, I'm fine with that, but we're talking about one specific example in here, and we were to make a decision on that cat at this meeting and let her know. So I understand what Ed's concern is with the motion and the wording of it, but we're actually talking about one specific example here.
I mean, Daryl, we know of one example, but do you want to cover all cats that are similarly situated at the same time? Which is cats that have completed 2 years of qualification towards a grant of distinction and are not eligible to be shown in future seasons.
So Ed, what you're saying is we know there's one. We don't know if there's more.
Right.
That's what you're saying. And
Let's treat all of them that are similarly situated the same way.
So I understand nobody's getting special treatment. So if we get through the end of the year and we find out there's 3 other cats out there, we're not handling each one separately, they're all covered under the same motion passed by the board.
Yep.
Okay. Did you have any other comments?
Nope.
Okay, Marilee?
I'm not sure about the verbiage of no longer eligible. I mean, do we want to say no longer eligible based on multiple mutations, or because I don't know if there's another condition that would make them no longer eligible. I also wanted to make sure that if we say globally that they meet the requirements, because it's not only your 30 finals, you also have to have I think it's 250 points as well to complete the year. So I'm okay with the global thoughts of completing the requirements for the year, and just not specifying final.
Anne? You're on
Yeah,
mute,
I
Ann.
was trying to hit the mute button. The cat has 41 rings and 485 points as of the new E-points. And they wouldn't have any rings that weren't finals, would they? Because they don't win breed points.
Right.
So she's already completed the second year.
Okay. Daryl?
I'd like to make a suggestion, and that would be that, Ed, would you write this up and bring it back so we can vote on it in the morning instead of sitting there trying to piecemeal this all together? It would just seem smarter if you could get the wording down the way you want it so that it would satisfy the rest of the board members.
Sure, I raised my hand to make that very suggestion.
Okay.
Okay. John?
Okay, I'm gonna be the bad guy. I showed this cat 2 years ago. Now I figure there's an easy way to go. I'm gonna pull my cat out this year. Start showing it for the rest of the year to meet the grand distinction. I wouldn't give it to this person.
Well, I didn't understand your comment, John. Can you
Okay, I
repeat
show
that?
a cat, household pet, that had to meet the requirement earning grand distinction title 2 years ago. And I stopped showing it. All of a sudden I find out about this thing we're about to pass. I decided to start showing my cat now because I only have 4 months to earn the other half of my granted all the wins that I need to meet the requirement for this new rules that's got new things gonna be passed.
Okay.
Is that making sense?
It makes sense now you said it the second time. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
I
Yep.
don't feel well. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anybody want to comment on John's comment? Daryl?
Well, it was my understanding this had to be 3 consecutive years. Am I wrong?
Ed? Do you know what the show rule? Can you just read the show rule?
I do not. I have to look it up.
Okay. John, do you have anything else you want to talk on?
No, I just thought maybe it's not 3 consecutive. Yeah, I don't know idea.
Okay. If you could just lower your hand. Okay, thank you. Daryl, I'm gonna call on you since Ed's looking it up.
Okay. Well, we're going to need a motion to table this. So,
Are you motioning to table or you want somebody else to make the motion?
no, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to
Kenny,
table.
are you a second?
Well, why don't I just withdraw it for now?
Well, our thought was Ed's going to rewrite it and bring it back to us in the morning. So that's
Sounds
why
good.
the motion to table was made.
I'll
Okay.
second.
All right, and you both agree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. I will call the vote on tabling. Are there any objections to tabling the motion? Daryl, lower your hand, and Ed, lower your hand. Okay, there are no objections, so that motion passes unanimously. And all we're doing right now is just waiting for Ed to confirm what the show rule is, if it's 3 consecutive years or what it is.
Now, the show rule says 3 separate seasons. It does not say that they need to be consecutive.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying that. All right, is there anything else we need to discuss about old business? Or this matter? Rachel, do you have any? We don't have anything else in old business, correct?
I don't have anything else in old or new business, correct?
Okay, okay. Does anybody else have anything in old business? All right, I think we are at the end of the meeting and we can adjourn the meeting.